Hello. What's up? How's it going? Real quick, the plan for today, we're gonna watch the new MMO Townhall. The new Illuvium Townhall with, I think it was Kieran Rich from Illuvium, and then also our new 2 MMO game designers, which came over from World of Warcraft, I think one of them. And the other one, I forgot the name of the game, but they are like AAA, the big guys, the big MMO game designers that we onboarded, and they did an AMA to update us what's up right now, what's coming up, showcasing all the plans, all the features, all the stuff that is supposed to come with the MMO. And I'm really excited for that. But we're gonna play one game first to give people a chance to come in, and then we're gonna watch the interview while we're playing, because my and your monkey brain cannot handle just an AMA. We also need some gameplay on the side. So yeah, I think the game plan today is roughly around 3 games. Play one now, then play one while we're watching, or maybe 2 while we're watching the AMA. That also makes it so I don't interrupt the AMA so much. We're just gonna listen mostly to it ourselves. Obviously, I'm gonna comment a little bit, and then maybe one more game at the end. And we'll see which rating we can end up at, because the meta has kind of changed. The meta with the last patch has shifted around. Fighters have been nerfed a lot. Bulwarks have been buffed. I think yesterday after the patch, 2 of the 3 games that I played, Bulwark won 5 Bulwarks with Scions. So first I played a game, I absolutely got stomped, and I saw a guy getting first with 5 Bulwarks, dominating the lobby. And then in the next game I went for 5 Bulwarks, and I had an easy win with a Car Deluxe that did like 11k damage. I posted a screenshot on Twitter. So I don't know if Bulwarks and Colossus are the new Frost fighters, but we are here to find out. We shall see. A lot of stuff got buffed and nerfed. Like air seems more viable. Earth got buffed as well, even though it was already really good. Steam got buffed. I saw Nick play an Umber team that looked crazy. Spore got buffed. Like, it feels like everything that was underperforming was buffed. Everything that was overperforming was nerfed. Templar was nerfed as well. They also nerfed 4 Templar, which I don't think was necessary. 4 Templar was kind of underperforming, but Templar in general was really good, so that was nerfed as well. And yeah, overall, a really, really, really nice patch that we got yesterday. I think just making more teams more viable. Wildfire is still really good. I do want to play either Earth Mud, Wildfire Bulwarks, or Scion Invoker Bulwarks with Colossus. Like Scion Bulwarks with the ultimate goal of Colossus Invokers. And no fighters. No Frost, no fighters. And then Rogues, I think, wasn't really touched on. I think Rogues will still be... I think Rogues got an indirect buff because Fighters, the Rogue counter, got nerfed. And Scions and Empaths got buffed, but Bulwarks are also really good versus Rogues. But I think because there's more Scions now, I think Rogues are also stronger because Rogues counter Scions pretty hard. Depends though. In the early game, yes. In the mid game, I think the corner positioning kind of wins. And then in the late game, a Rampfire and AoE probably wins against Sion again. Like, Rampfire is the ultimate corner position counter. Problem is, it's so hard to get a Rampfire. I wish there was something less expensive that would also counter corner positions. I mean, we got Fur Knight, Kling, and Scarabok all targeting the furthest enemy, plus Scions, like Dualif. So all of that can work. But I wish, for example, Malura had a bigger range and it would work versus corner positions better. While I say that, I realize Malura is OP already. We don't need to buff that one. That would suck. Yeah, but I haven't played a lot of this patch yet, so I'm definitely keen to try it out. With 4 out of 8, we could do a drone run. I haven't done a drone run in a while. I would be very keen, actually. Very keen for the drone run. Let me pull that up. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Duplicate. And then Illuvium small. Make the drone run big. All right. Almost there. Alright, how does that look on your side? I think it should be alright. By the way, if the drone run is lagging for you, just make the window a little bit smaller. Don't run it on full screen. By the way, big shout out to Justice Durr, providing us with this beautiful cover music. His link is in the description down below, but just, yeah, Justice Durr. If you look for that, you can find them. Alright, let's do a run. I've started to just skip this stuff. Can I skip this too? I think it should skip automatically, actually. Just give me my stoof. Yes, sir. The animations are extremely nice, but after 10 times, you know, you've kind of seen it. A Holotatopy and a Rayleigh. New run. I wish I could buy like 10 charged runs at the same time. I know that's what the hyper run is for, but I prefer quantity over quality. 7 out of 8 players, that's probably our last auto drone run. Let's see what we get. And I'm sure there's people who have too much money where a $10 auto drone run is still not fast enough and they would like to have a $100 auto drone run, or 10 of them at the same time at least. I don't think a $100 drone run makes much sense. Decent Malura. Bunch of weekly bounty illuvials. Does the leaderboard get reset for the bounty hunt, or does it add on top of the last week? Probably gets reset, right? Otherwise, it's very disencouraging for people who didn't play first week. It shouldn't work like a ranked leaderboard. Oh, we got something on fire. Hell yeah. Okay, let's actually open one by one, just to have the grand reveal at the end. Hope it's not a tier 0. Let's see it. Boom, Chukol. With very, very good starts. 3 out of 6 perfect. Just missing resistance and a little bit of health. Very nice, very nice. Bounty recap, let's see. Total points this run 200. I'm 83 right now. Let's keep running. I'm glad I didn't invest everything in the first week, because I reckon it's gonna be easier to get on the leaderboard in the second week. By the way, guys, if you're buying fuel for auto drone runs, or if you're buying fuel for anything, if you buy cosmetics, if you do any purchases in Illuvium from Illuvium, not from other players, please use my referral code in your profile settings. So you go right here, you go profile, and then there is a tab called referral code. You can put in PASET, you should see it on top of the screen. This doesn't take anything from you. Illuvium is just gonna give me a cut, and this helps support my content creation. Keep doing what I love doing, making content for you all. So thank you very much. And let's see what we can get out of this auto drone run. It would be cool to be able to put my drone into action. I'm sure that's coming sooner or later, where it's not, this is Bach, I believe. And it's not Bach, but the drone I selected, which would be Mozart right now. No, actually I have here, I'm running a Bach right now, and also with the skin we have, right? So where we basically would load the loadout from the arena here into this drone run, but yeah, this is very non-important cosmetics. I'm sure it's coming at one point. 7 out of 8. Where's that last player? Come on, guys. Let's get it on. So yeah, game plan again for anybody who wasn't here in the beginning. We're gonna play one game, then we're gonna watch the Townhall while we play a game, and then we're gonna play another game. Probably need to play 2 games while I watch the Townhall. It's over an hour. Hey, another one on fire. Okay, let's see it. I would love to get a Rampfire. We are in Crimson Waste. Rampfire, if you didn't know, there is weekly bounties, right? So for example, Archie is on the weekly bounty list, which gives me extra points if I find them this week for the bounty leaderboard. And a Rampfire is also on that list, so it would give me a huge boost in points, but the fire is not because of rarity, it's because of the stats, which is again 3 out of 6 perfect. Love to see it, and we are in a game. All right, thank you for those auto drone runs, Bach. We see you later. And I'm gonna swap back to full screen right here. Boom, almost, you could almost say professional stream quality right here. We got scenes and everything. Seamless swapping. No interruption. Stage 2 flish. Love to see it. Anything stage 2 really. There's the Lynx, which is also very important. Lynx has become one of the staple units for the early game, doing by far the most damage out of anything you can find in those first 3 rounds. Because, as you might know, it does true damage, ignores all damage mitigation, all resistances. So, I mean, this is pretty good. Don't need it on a Lynx because resistance doesn't matter, but... Oh, we're not playing fighter anymore, right? So I guess we should play this one for Bulwarks? Weird. now we are playing fighters. Just gonna buff my links right here. Play it like this. Atipo is our main tank. Probably gonna bring in the Flish next round. What's the links this turn? Bulwark, that's decent. Let's buy the second one. Look at my links. Look at him go. But he got taken down. Enemy has stage 2 Doka, which is also a huge unit. Plus the Flish, which did a lot of damage. I should have brought him in over the stage 1 Doka, I guess. A little bit of a misplay there. Usually stage 2, no matter what it is, will outperform a stage 1 unit. Especially on tier 0s. Right, I don't like to go for Omnivamp, so we're gonna sell the Sanguine Plating. We're also gonna downgrade the armor here, so we get more money out of it. Now we're on 20 gold, which is kinda nice. So I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is and actually bring in the Flish like we wanted to. And then my Ranger becomes a Bulwark already. Helping a little bit with the front line, and that should be good for now. We should be good. I like the Tatapi. We might sell the Lynx and the Gorilla for the Tatapi, and then we can stay on 20 gold. Oh, actually there is Bulwarks. Let's go. And we also want the Bulwark. Yeah, we're just gonna go below 20 gold. We also want the Bulwark that is the Lynx. Just buy everything. Hey, and we won! And the goal is 5 Bulwarks, because if you didn't know, 5 Bulwarks gives you an extra effect. You can see it right here. Bulwarks gain 15% of resistances as energy damage. Well, they deal 15% of resistances as energy damage within 20 hex radius, which means they get a huge Thorns buff, depending on their resistance, which means it's also good to find resistance here. Smoldering Strike would be good, also this would be good. I think Smoldering Strike is a little bit overperforming. Okay, how many Bulwarks can we already get on the field actually? 1, 2, 3, 4? We're just missing 1. Oh, there's 5. There we go, 5 Bulwarks. That's the goal. At least yesterday was working good. Maybe people found a workaround, but yesterday it just looked broken, guys. Like, those were just never dying, doing so much damage. Look at that. Let's see if it works again. Maybe Empaths. Ooh, stunned his Groko out of the stun. That's huge. Yeah, but we're so tanky and we're doing decent damage, so yeah. Definitely huge that we were able to find 5 Bulwarks that early. Usually it takes a while. I mean, it's not 1 yet. You ideally want some Scions and Empaths behind those Bulwarks. Not only rely on them for damage. Because as we can see, these Empaths right here seem to be out-sustaining, out-healing us. We might kill the Atipo before he casts. Yep, that was pretty lucky. I think the overtime takes us out in a second. And the Arcos here. Really our main problem, but that's okay. We are on the right track. Stealing Omega Power, decent. Dealing additional percentage health, decent. Especially in the Bulwark meta. Omniwamp and Resistance. I'm not sure. I guess this one, since fights last that long, that could be good. Also, we have a Guardian Exosuit now for our Ranger, so that's way better than anything we have here. Dodge chance, I don't like that too much. Yeah, all of these guys are still stage 1, right? That's why... Let's put our links actually nicely in the middle. Like stage 1 Doka, Atlas, Kara Blue. It was actually surprising how good we performed last round. We shouldn't be winning anything yet, even with the broken Bulwarks that we are playing. I'm not sure if Ray finds a spot in there. Templar was nerfed. We could play Ray and Fernite just to have Templar with our Bulwarks, but I think we're Reda. I mean, Fernite is always good. Yeah, again, not quite winning. but not too bad. Didn't lose too much health here. 1, 2, 3 gold. Yeah, we cannot get up to 20 gold, so we don't need to do anything here. Chuko might contest it. Then we could also contest those mud units. I've not decided yet if I want to roll for a Caradulux. We have to check how many people are rolling with the Cara Blue. We got one right here. We got one guy going for the Chukwal, and then we got this guy going for a Caradulux. So there's still a bunch of Caradulux unclaimed, and we could roll a little bit and see if we hit them. I mean, that works out for now, I guess. Eight out of 10, but we are on a lose streak, so we don't need to throw our 30 gold, 3 income away. We're just gonna stay like this, I think. I do want to level up. We do need to preserve some HP. We're on 90 health. We don't need to preserve anything. All the rounds we lost, we took down a lot of enemy units, which means we already preserved a decent amount of HP. We could have sold 1, 2, 3, 4... Nah, we couldn't have sold 4 units either. Our Lynx got stunned out of his cast, kind of sad, but... we're killing a few units. Monkey here probably is also gonna go down. Maybe with the next stun. Look at that, guys. If we get a stage 3 Lynx, stuff is gonna go wild. It is already pretty wild, look at that. We need some augments, some defensive augments, some good drone augments as well. And we are rolling. I can't wait to click the reroll button and hit some units and get huge power spikes. Because again, guys, we're playing with 3 tier 0, stage 1 units here. Not really what we're looking for. I wanted to try this for a while. Aegis could be interesting as well. This one could also be good. Sucker's Gift looks pretty good as well. Damage reduction and damage amp. So I think we're just gonna double down on the damage reduction. Let's roll a little bit. Sure. Why not? Okay. Probably gonna be you, right? Kinda ran out of time here. I hope we didn't suicide our Lynx too much. Definitely the main focus, but that means he gets a huge stun. Doing so much damage. Look at that, look at the Lynx damage with reflecting and his stun. It's insane. And we're 1 Lynx away from getting the stage 3, so I think we should roll for that just to make sure. Just to make sure we get it. Very important at this point to secure that, because I think a lot of people will go for those Lynxes. We're gonna find it sooner or later. Because people sell them sooner or later if they don't manage to get the stage 3, but I do want to secure it now, especially because we got a win streak, or we got a win in, so we could try to build on top of a win streak. Alright, it feels so weird not buying those fighters anymore, but it also feels very good. Alright, let's roll a little bit. We're looking for those stage 1s. I think we're looking Tatupi. There it is, there is the Lynx. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Elvis Presley has just entered the building. Look at that bad boy, Stoic Terror Lynx. That's gonna be a treat. Let's put an Atlas over here just to put a little bit pressure off the Lynx. Make sure, because look at that, he's still getting a decent amount of damage, right? He's getting a lot of damage. Where's that coming from? True damage. Oh wow. It all came from this little augment right here that gives him true damage if he hits a shield. I guess we were shielded? Where did the shield come from? You can see it also here if you go on damage received. Half of it was this white bar true damage that ignores resistances. 29 gold, we need 1 gold somehow. Archie, I guess. Yep, got the Tattoo. Pretty huge unit early on. We might want to sell the Raylu. I think we're gonna level up. We're not gonna fish for the Caradulux. We're having a hard time just getting the Caradulu. Do we want to level up? They cost 16 gold. We're down to... It's alright, I guess. Let me get my guy in there. Alright, good enough. Good enough. We want to have some nice stun damage. Our enemy here is the one we lost to earlier, I think, with the Bulwarks plus Empaths. Our Link's doing a decent amount of damage. Goes down, sadly, though. Can we kill this Twine here? Would be very important. Heals coming in from the enemy team. He's trying to out-sustain us. And he almost succeeded, but luckily we leveled up, got our TNT in, which changed a lot for us. We're on 19 gold, so we want to sell one thing, but we cannot really do this. Lura, I guess. Your team restores 3% of the max health every second, which is pretty good if you're playing Bulwarks, right? Fortress Protocol, I think, might even be better, giving us more damage with the extra resistances. Zero Overdrive, obviously, too late for that. There's the Caradulux, super important. And here we can swap out our Grocco finally. So this was both a really good power spike right there. Chukol is just sitting AFK on the bench. I don't think we're gonna roll much more on level 6. We're probably... Like, we have 40% on tier 1, right? If we find some natural copies of Kara Blue and Chukol and TNT, we might want to go for stage 3 and try to roll. But otherwise it's too risky and we're just gonna go for guaranteed value by leveling up those Illuvials. Lukash! Will you be playing in 2 hours? Very likely, yeah. Because right now we're playing 1 game, then we're gonna watch the Townhall plus playing 2 games in the meantime, and then we're gonna play another game. So yeah, I think I'll be gaming for the next 3 to 4 hours. And 2 of those games will be while watching the Townhall, which I'm super excited for. We just didn't do it yet, because I want to give people the chance to come in before we do that, so we can watch it together. I'm not sure yet if I want to remove the Raylu, or if we get a Fur Knight soon, we might want to try to play Templar. Which could work pretty well. Okay, we need a late reposition here on the links, and then we need to remove our TNT from the front line. Oh, it's gonna hit him really hard, guys. That's gonna be devastating for him. But he thinks I'm just gonna stay like that, or what? Sloop! Have fun, bye. Have fun, good luck. We should be... Oh shit, that was a gorilla. But it's stage 1. It does so much damage though. It jumps away though, which is good. Huge stun from the links, and yeah. Our Bulwarks counter those fighters so hard. Fighter season is over, my friend. It is donezo. Which most people are very happy about. I'm a bit sad that Bulwarks are now overpowered and now... Ooh, talking about it, there's a good one. Now they are overpowered and they're gatekeeping fighters to be played. Obviously the end goal would be for everything to kind of be viable, but it's gonna take a few more patches to really arrive there. I think this is already a really good patch. I'll try to play with you. I have a cool new team. I'm curious what it is. If it's not Bulwarks, then I don't know. Well, Bulwarks works now, Air works, Earth works. It feels like a lot of units, a lot of compositions should work now, which is really exciting, I think. Atlas doesn't seem like it's happening. Twine, definitely more value here. With a bunch of rogues coming in, so we need to move some guys into the backline. Probably like 2 of them would be good. I like that. Should be alright. Just saving our guy here. Should be alright. We should probably not have our legendary augment on the fighter. Should probably be on our links, but yeah, instead of the Aethys steel. But our links is doing good. No problems here. Sheesh. We could sell the 2 Atlas, get to 50 gold. We're still so far away from a Chukundi, so might as well sell this guy and call it a day. On the other hand though, we're gatekeeping other people from finding it. Somebody's looking for it. Doesn't look like it. Everybody's playing Arcos. Super strong unit right now. Because it synergizes so well with the bulwarks, Gnarl and Krunk. Or Blotu. Omega power and shield. Omega damage. Little redo here, which I think was necessary. Alright, my race should arrive pretty late at the party. No, these fighters arrive even later. They wrap around, right? Little forgotten mechanic from Ascendant days. Blocking off your units and making them wrap around and take very long to arrive at the party. But look at that links, everybody. Look at that. Boom! Big stun, 6,000 damage. Insanity. 5 bulwark is where it's at. This counts as fighters. Sheesh. Not a Chuku. Slowly but surely getting there. Because I don't think anyone else has played him. So even if we're high level and have a low chance of them coming, since all the other tier 1s are kind of taken, we're gonna get them slowly but surely. Which means we also have to get a Krunk. And all of those tanks are now very, very contested. Everything flipped around. Everybody is playing bulwarks now. Also, like this bulwark shield is hard to get for the Colossus. We could try to get another bulwark. So there is a nasty Lulura coming in. Ah, it's too close to my TNT. It might taunt it. It's gonna be very bad. Oh no, it's out of range. Perfect. Pretty lucky there. Oh. Sorry. Pretty lucky there. We kill it in the end. My Lynx is holding on to its dear life. Looking good. Alright, and we're up above max income. 76 credits right here. 70 is the max income at 7 gold. Or credits. 10 gold per credit. 1 gold per 10 credits is what I mean. So now we got plus 16 per round, which is the maximum you can get. 5 base income, maximum income of 7 credits, win-lose streak of plus 3 credits, and then plus 1 gold per win. And 91 gold, which means it's time to level up. No need to roll down and miss all your stuff. Get guaranteed value. Put that stuff into levels and keep extending my lead. We do have to find some win condition though, which is going to be Invokers or Wildfire or Colossus. Maybe Scoriox with Magma, something like that. We're still missing a Scarabok as well, plus a Krunk, so we could also play make our Ranger not a Colossus and then get another Bulwark in. Kind of like that idea. Retribution's Call is probably the best thing here, with Thorns and Taunt and everything. This one is pretty good too, stacking Omega power. Let's go for that one though. There's a squiz, that's pretty nice. Who gets it here? Bunch of rogues coming in. I was panicking there. I don't know if that Chukundi was a good idea. It gave us free fire, so that's something. I hope we can hold the line here against those rogues, and then we should be alright. Chukundi is gonna suicide in the backline. But it's dropping aggro, so... yeah, our backline got wrecked here versus the TB Ruko. My Lynx wasn't main tanking, which was kind of the main problem here. TNT is dying to the burn. We could still win, big stun. We probably still win if we have enough time on the overtime. Need like 10 more seconds. Yeah, we got him. Huge. Huge win, 90 gold. Shit. I guess we go up to level 8, eh? That's the good games, when you have too much gold and you don't know what to do with it. Stacking attack speed could be interesting. I think I want to try it. Because every fight lasts so long with the bulwarks. Here we are. Instead of this, probably with you and Ewan. Could also get another fighter. I mean, Forest will still give you good value, right? There's a heady. I want to try to play this weapon. It does so much damage. And then yeah, not have my ranger be a bulwark. Alright, we're getting taken down here by the fighters, which is mostly due to the fact that my bulwarks are still kind of weak. Yeah, I'm still missing a lot of power spikes here. I have a squiz and a fern, which are both kind of useless. The flare. So as soon as we roll now a little bit, I don't know if we want to roll though, because we don't have any win streak to protect. So we might just save up again for 70 gold. We have the health to afford that. I do want to roll a little bit. We're kind of in between. Yep, there goes Templar. Also this guy, so let's change our ranger. I might want to hold on to that weapon just to take it away from other people. And we might want to do some corner, well, not against the Sinarf. Don't want to do corner positioning against that, but... like that. I think foe is not happening, maybe though. Foe could be good. It's not selling yet, we're on 30 gold, I want to get that Fury. Maybe sell the Chukorl. Don't see it happening. Can't sell anything else really. Oh, I screwed up 4 bulwarks. I didn't bring in the heady. We're still winning. Look at the ranger damage. Pretty decent. Dude, we're still winning on 4 bulwarks. That's crazy. That is crazy. They cannot kill us. Woo! What are we doing? Sell him. Screw the Chokeroll. It has gate capped my economy for too long. I guess another one of those could be good. Really buffing. This one is also really good. This one is a bit better. Okay. What's the problem here? We have 3 Scions. I guess TNT is kind of underperforming until we have Granite. And put this guy out. Put you in. Give you that, plus this, plus that. Put you 3 guys together. There is 1 row coming in. So let's get a corner positioning going. And protect us just a tiny bit, right? Something like that. I shouldn't have been so scared of a Revo, but you never know. Look at that damage. So much Thorns damage, it's insane. Couldn't get a second stun out, they killed him a little bit too fast, but there's still so many bulwarks to back this up. This was just the first one, right? Still have a legendary Augment Swine here. Which did a lot of damage in the end too with this Thorns legendary Augment. Tanked more than the Lynx in the end. Alright, should we just sell this foe? Cannot sell anything else, right? Could sell the TNT. It's not happening since it's a C4, I don't think it finds a space. Even the granite is not that important in this team, I think. Needed the 2 gold to get to 30 gold, so I sold the weapon, which hopefully doesn't go to my enemies. There's a Furiox. So I guess it's gonna be how do I squeeze Furiox and a Sinelf in here? I can't. I would need level 10 if I want to play 5 Bulwarks, 2 Templar, 4 Scions. A little bit of rogues coming in, so I think we should go full corner positioning just to block them. I don't want that Laura to screw me up. So the Laura hopefully lands out here and we should be good. We blocked in our Caradulo, but that's alright. As long as the Laura doesn't get into my guys, we're good. As long as my Lynx is sitting in the middle of everyone, getting a big stun done. Yep. OP! Good night, Bushman. Bushman Kush. Great name. Alright, I guess I'd just go for level 10. There's nothing I really want to roll for stage 3. So our win condition just could be raw power instead of those key units that we still can get later if the fight lasts long enough, which probably won't. Stacking Omega power? I guess. This could be good too. I never played this one. Versus stuff like this though, he's playing Colossus, we need the stacking Omega power though. Maybe a little roll to find that heady. Boom. Don't need you guys. Boom. Boom, I'm getting greedy. There it is. Nice. Preferring kind of suicides here in the front line, but that's okay. You gotta squish some lemons to make lemonade. Or something like that. Right, first cast of our Octios was kind of weak. Enemy Kara Dulog's almost dead though, which would be good. Here comes the second cast, should get a reset on that. Nope. How much Omega power did we stack up? 240, we should kill everything in the next cast. Let's see big damage numbers here. Definitely killing those two, right? Maybe this guy as well. Didn't get a reset, even though we killed. Okay. Look at that. My Twine with 1 Thorns augment is outperforming the damage of my Octius with 240 Omega power. The hell? There we go. Finally upgrading everything. Decent team right here. Big focus right now. Get the Furiox in, upgrade my Ranger weapon. And give my Ranger a decent armor. Which I still, before I level up to 9, I still want to have more money. Otherwise, I'm broke. And once you're broke, once you hit below 10 gold, down to 0 gold, it's so hard to get it back. You don't, like, I've learned this in the last days, or I've realized its importance even more, that never go all in on your money. Always have a little bit left to play with. Basically never go below 20 gold if you can avoid it. Until you are like on your last life and you're like, this is do or die. Never go all in on your economy. Or it's like, I don't know, you have 3 out of 3, like you need 1 more copy for 3 different stage 3 units, something crazy, right? There is scenarios where you go all in. There is scenarios where you wish you had a Furiox to do that single target damage. Should be alright, 1 more cast. Boom, boom. I want you in my room. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. PvE round now? No, next round. Who are our top 4 contestants? We got Fur Knight, okay, we got Templar, 3 Bulwarks? No, it's just 2. It's just the old Frost fighter build with Dust in there, with a Quinks and a Rebel. So I guess Air is back. Air is strong. I guess he's playing 4 Air with the weapon, right? Then we have this guy, probably the scariest of them all. Yes, 5 Bulwarks, 3 Colossus now. He found a Gnarl. He only has 1 Alfie though, that's still very good. Otherwise he gets Invoker with the C4's Damn. This guy could probably win the game. If we take him out here, we should have probably leveled up. Just to find that Ranger weapon, which could have secured us to win. Because if we don't take him out here, he finds his Synod. This is gonna be so hard to win. I think we're screwed. I think next round I have to actually go all in. Go to level 9, roll down all my gold and secure all the alphas that I find. Oh my god, I could have definitely won this if I had the stage 2 weapon on my Ranger. Look at the Ranger damage. 2,000. That would have been 4,000. Well, not definitely. But if I went all in here, if I realized the danger that I'm in, level 9 Furiox plus a stage 2 weapon on my Ranger, I could have won. And could have knocked him out here. This one for the Furiox, I think. Don't need to go all in now. It's a PvE round. Get my 6 income for free and then push my money out. Sometimes I go all in right now just to have more time in the next round. Because I have to do a lot of things after this, right? But I think I can do it. Gonna level up to level 10. Bring in the Furiox and then just reroll. And fix our positioning first. Because that's sometimes a big problem. Or a big mistake that I make is where I do the positioning last, and position is arguably the most important thing. Shouldn't come last. Also, we can rethink our augments a little bit, because we still have a legendary augment on this tier 2 unit, which it might be better to put 2 legendaries on our links. But let's see. Let's see, this is the least priority. Also, our Furiox needs a second one. I don't really have another Furiox augment here. Stacking Omega power, I guess, could be good. Rolling. I said positioning first, but I want to start with rolling. There we go, Blaze Knight. God damn, that's beautiful. Alphys, we need Alphys. I don't need Alphys, but I want to take it away from that guy. Also, we want to sell this bad boy for this bad boy. Here's the Xenolink. Oh my god, we're getting somewhere. Yes, we found everything. Wow. Wow. Did he find his Synalph? He probably did, right? No, he still has an Alphy. Okay. So the goal is still find as many Alphys as possible. And now look at the range of damage. Okay, what's happening? This guy should be on top. I guess he got countered out of his cast. Oh, it's damage received, sorry. There he is! Competing with the Furiox with a legendary augment. Tier 5 stage 2 armor, tier 5 stage 2 weapon. Really solid AoE damage paired with the single target damage of Blaze Knight and Furiox. It's the chef's kiss. Alright, what are we stage 3ing? Kling is probably not happening. Scoriox might happen. Alfie need to get that bad boy. Would like to go for Blotto as well. There's one more for this guy. Wait, what? Not really happy. It's kind of weird. Would like to buy these, because then we're only 2 duplicates away from stage 3. But I don't want to give him the Alphys. He's still sitting on... Yeah, he still doesn't have the Synalph. He only has 1 Alphy, so I cannot sell this. Which means I should probably sell one of those and get the other one. Which is more important for my win? A Scoriox or an Ophisto? Ophisto gives us Invoker, right? So I think Ophisto is the answer. But the Ophisto versus this team, probably a Scoriox is more important. Ay. Or we just chill. 50. They're both not really contested, right? They're gonna come back up as long as I have money. And Blaze Knight tried really hard. Look at that, 8,000 damage from my ranger. Oh, he got knocked out by someone else. Hallelujah! Get wrecked. That was the only guy who could take me down. Attack speed with Omega cast. That's probably good. Our second item for the Scoriox. Alright, now we're chilling. Now we're chilling. I think. I could sell the Synalph. I could also bring in the Synalph, but versus this team it's not that important, I think. Could be better than an Octius though. This is a tough team. Versus this I should get Scoriox. Positioning should be good versus Malura. I hope he doesn't get too close. Probably should move out here a little bit. Get my Scoriox a bit back. I have to lock in my Scarabok just to give enough distance. So Malura is gonna land here. Is that close enough? I don't think it's taunting anyone. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. My backline is safe. Can we finally cast links? Nope, didn't get a single cast out. My front line still dying too fast. Enemy Fernite didn't die. Oh my god, so close, eh? But he's not looking to find anything very soon. And we still have the chance of stage 3ing something. So not all hope is gone. We just need one more Scoriox. Or a Squiz. We're just getting rid of that Templar and getting Synalph in instead. It's probably the move, right? And then we get a free reroll into a Scoriox. Sell you. This guy is dangerously far out there. If our enemy keeps positioning like he did before, should be alright if Maloro lands here. Doesn't matter that our Sinnoh is that far out there. Yep. Oh shit! Slashing got in. Sinnoh dead. He doesn't go on Scoriox though, but Scoriox is the next one on the chopping block. Damn, did he hit something? How are we dead so far? How did that end up so much worse than the round before? Sheesh. Still pretty good. I'm still happy. I mean, this guy hit a Malora slash in. His team wasn't that good even. Nice 60 fuel. His team wasn't even that good. He didn't even have 2 Behemoth. Like, I should have won this. I think my backline selection was bad. First of all, we didn't have a Goliath. Second of all, he had a free entry into my Sinalf and Scoriox. Scoriox should have been in the back. Blaze Knight shouldn't have been the furthest unit. Scoriox should have been in the very corner. And then Sinalf also more protected. Octius probably not worth it until I find an Ophisto, and something like a Monk here with a stun and giving us 2 Empath would have been better. And then yeah, just a better corner positioning where he can't get in like he did. Ah, that's a pity. I feel like I should have won this. I think that was a skill issue, not a team issue. But well played anyway. He definitely did a good job. And also my augments weren't perfect, right? Well, they were pretty good actually. Actually, they were pretty good. I should have put this on something else. I think it should have been on the links. That could have changed a little bit too. Hey, we did what we could. I guess the key to it all, for example, if you take this one, this one, this one, and this one, which all 4 of them were kind of dead augments, right? They didn't provide actual value. Like with this, my Blaze Knight or anybody else didn't do more damage with the 10 Omega power or the energy. The energies, I guess, is kind of good. But like this on Omega Steel 5 Omega power, who cares? Who cares, dude? Like instead of this, if we had more defensive augments to last longer, it would have made a way bigger difference than giving our Octius a little bit of extra damage, right? But yeah, there's so much things you can always do different, which is why this game is so cool. Every game feels like you could have done 500 things differently, and it's not like, oh, I did everything right, he did everything right, I just lost, right? There's a lot of skill expression in the game, and I could have definitely played better. And as long as I learn from it, we're all good. All right. Silver Bushman, what up? What up? Let's watch the Townhall. It's time. It is time, and I'm excited for it. Let's figure out a good layout, and then we should be good to go. So how are we gonna do that? Theater mode. Plus cropping it. All right, quick intro to this for anybody who doesn't know. We have hired 2 huge MMO game designers. One comes from World of Warcraft, the other one comes from another big game, and they are helping us designing the Illuvium MMO Lite. What MMO Lite means, because it's not a fully fledged MMO game, it's the light version of it. This is, and much more, is what we're going to find out in this AMA. This AMA is with Kieran, the CEO of Illuvium, those 2 game designers, and Rich is there as well, supporting the conversation and the AMA that we have right here. I'm really excited to see this. But we're gonna play some arena on the side. I'm not gonna talk about any gameplay related things that I usually do, like trying to explain you what I do in the game to teach you the game, which is my usual content. For this game or for this AMA, we're just gonna listen to the AMA and maybe give some comments, but mainly we're just gonna play a chill game of Gauntlet, listen to this AMA, and see what these lads have to say. Let's kick it off.
All right.
All right.
Everyone to the Illuvium Town Hall. Hello, Kieran. We have Steven here as well. We got a really good town hall for you guys today. I'm super excited about it. I saw this presentation a little while ago. If you guys are watching live, why don't you let me know that you can hear us as well, just so I know. But yeah, this presentation was awesome when I saw it internally. I thought all the teammates had seen it, but I guess not all of them have seen it. So I'm excited for some of the other people to get a look at it too internally. And then the community, because yeah, it was a really good eye-opener for what these guys, you know, are experts in, and for what's possible, you know. Like I really enjoyed it, so I think it's going to be really exciting to get their ideas for the MMO Lite. And yeah, like I said, we have Steven and Kieran here. Kieran, how you doing today?
Yeah, doing well. Early as always on Friday, so it's good.
Yeah,
Keeps me on the toe.
We were considering doing Saturday, so you got lucky. So.
Yeah, no, let's keep it there. I'm happy. But yeah, before we throw it over to Steven, and Trevor is unfortunately still trying to connect, so we had a bit of an issue with Discord there to start, but yeah, to sort of set the scene before we throw it over to the guys to start digging into the presentation. We really want, this is the first step to building in a super open, transparent way with the community. There's a lot of, it's a big transformation that the overworld is going to go through. There's a lot of stuff which we were already thinking. There's a lot of new stuff that the guys have introduced. And so we really want to make it a very open process over the next, you know, all the way right up until launch, and have as many of these town halls as possible, as many open dialogues with people that are playing the game. We've also got the overworld testers that we're going through, who have put in applications to become one of those like official testers. That is going to be drawn upon quite a bit throughout this process. But we also just want to be really, really transparent with where we're at in terms of progress as we build through this. We'll talk to you a little bit about timelines, or the guys will talk to you about timelines. Just making it very, very clear, these are super high level. We haven't actually started development on the overworld yet, but we still want to try and keep you as informed as possible. And while none of these dates will be set in stone, it will give you a bit of an idea of when to start expecting things, when you think you'll be playing the game for the first time, whether that be in like a super early stage, like a pre-alpha or whatever. It's to give you guys an idea of what's going on, and that really, really does start from today. And we want you guys to hold us accountable as well. If you feel like at any stage things have gone a little bit dark, or there's an area which maybe isn't so clear, speak up. You know, speak to the moderators, speak to a council member. You can always message me or any of the other guys. I also encourage you guys to be speaking regularly to the two game directors. But we want to make sure that you feel comfortable in doing that, and we want to make sure that you, while we can't obviously, get into the nitty-gritty with every single individual person, we want to keep that dialogue open. So that's it from me for now. I will welcome Stephen in, and hopefully Trevor is not too far behind him. But Discord is a little bit finicky. But yeah, thanks for being with us, Stephen. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for.
You should be able to use your cam in just a second, I think.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I can't turn anything on.
I have to give you some server XP because you're new, so I'm trying to real quick. Give me 1 sec. But yeah, Trevor or Steven, welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think everything Kieran just said makes a lot of sense, and I kind of want to echo some of that and just say we're excited. Like, I love being able to be this transparent. I want to hear from everyone, so please reach out to me or Trevor or both if you guys have impressions. We'd love to hear it. Also, this is all like very early, very like changing daily, so don't try not to get too pumped about any particular part of it. We're still working out a lot in both the design and the execution, but it's great to be able to share early so that we hear from y'all from the start. How's my XP?
I'm trying right now. I don't know if the bot's broken or what. Just give me 1 minute. Discord is obviously having major issues today, so yeah, I'm trying to get you hooked up. But yeah. Why don't you give us? I know we met you on the podcast already. We met you and we met Trevor on the podcast, but not everybody listens. So I was gonna have you also just give a little bit of intro about your background. Gaming background, how you got here, and and then we can jump into the presentation in just a minute. Yeah,
you bet. I'll do a short version. I worked for a little over 10 years at CCP on EVE Online, and then for the last 2 years as a lead a lead and founder on EVE Frontier, which is EVE CCP's Web3 project. So, hey, we got a Trevor.
Yep.
So my background is really focused on systems and economy stuff, because that's really laced through all the EVE design. It's important for almost anything that happened in that game to be economically minded and think of things in a player-driven ecosystem. So I have a lot of background there. And then I did a little stint at PAX Day, which is at Mainframe making PAX Day, which is a bunch of CCP like OG founders trying to do kind of a fantasy sandbox with a lot of EVE DNA, but with a little more crafting and stuff like that. And then now I'm here and pretty excited. It's been like a little over a month, and me and Trevor have been getting up to speed quick and trying to put together a plan for what we're doing next, or what we're doing with Overworld.
Nice. And we...
Sounds super nice, by the way. I do want to comment a little bit. Really cool that they keep going with the community close development, wanting people to talk to them, to reach out to them, to give them their opinion and their feedback and everything. Like, this has been the boulder, the cornerstone that Illuvium has built upon since ever, I think. And I'm glad we're kind of returning more to it again and seeing this being really one of the focus points again. And which augment? But yeah, let's leave talking to them.
Trevor now. Trevor, can you hear us? Is your mic working now? Discord's up, hopefully.
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Nice.
Cool.
All right, Trevor, same thing. Welcome. And I just wanted to have you give a little intro as well so everyone can get to know you that hasn't spoken to you yet.
For sure. I'll also do the abridged version. I started off at Blizzard working on World of Warcraft. Actually started there in customer support. and got on the quest team through a temp assignment. Was on the quest team for about 8 years, making a lot of cool stuff. If you're familiar with World of Warcraft at all, I led production on Drustvar in Battle for Azeroth. I did a ton of content in Stormheim and the Shadowlands intro, among a lot of other things. I since then moved over to Scopely to work on an unannounced project. Did some time over on Kingdom Maker, which is a 4X RTS. Worked over at Plagueig for a bit, which was a MOBA with RPG elements. So kind of got a little bit of extra experience from a bunch of different types of genres after my Blizzard time, and now back in the MMO world making cool stuff. So super excited to be here.
Nice. Kieran, if you can, sorry, if you can, yeah, okay. Yeah, we're gonna get you guys on camera in just a minute, but okay, I think we got you now. There we go. Now we're looking good.
Gabby?
Exciting. High-profile candidates right there.
Guys.
Joining Illuvium.
Look at this.
We did it.
Awesome. I wasn't sure what role to give you. I was about to give you admin roles for a second, just because no Jeremy here, but awesome, we got him.
Yeah. So yeah, I think now that we got the intros over with, everyone wants you guys probably to dive right into this. So yeah, I don't know which one of you is going to start first, but let's hear it.
Let me go ahead and do the screen share here.
Okay. And you guys, just so you know, this is all live, and so it'll be recorded, so you can rewatch it. If you guys hold off on your questions, just put them in either the chats on the streams or in the Discord, and I'll gather them for a little session at the end. We'll take some more Q&A. So, let's see. Got here.
All right, we all seeing this okay?
I am seeing it okay.
Yeah, I guess I really do need to. I really do need to upgrade my cap game.
Very important.
All right.
Usually I don't go with a cap, but yeah, it's too early for my hair.
Yeah. No, I get it.
I was gonna get a haircut, and then my wife cuts hair, but she didn't do it last night, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna shave my head before the thing, and yeah, I was like, they told me not to, so here I am, hat.
Do that on stream after this is over.
Yeah, we could. If Kieran can beat me.
Cool.
Yeah, that's not
I've only ever seen you take dead last, Rich. Careful.
It's been rough. It's been rough.
Yeah, if I can beat you, then anybody can.
Oh, man, even the new guys.
Stop flexing who's worse in the game. Let's get it on.
Yeah, we know how it goes.
Yep.
Cool. So without further adu, let's go ahead and jump in. So I'm just going to kind of get this intro. Me and Steven are going to switch back and forth on some of these topics. But you know, just to kind of start everybody out, this is we're talking about Overworld, and we're talking about the direction that we are looking at going in, and just kind of some of how we got there and where we're going. So this is just kind of like a little overview of what we're going to be talking about. So just a bit about the journey like so far with the project, what we're proposing to do with it. We're going to talk some more like a little deeper about progression, content, and then we're going to go over what we're planning for the vertical slice, which is going to be kind of like the first playable iteration of all of it. So just to kind of get started on the journey so far. So when Steven and I got here, like we noticed very quickly a lot of very strong things already built into this. This is actually like we realized that there's so much here to work with that a big part of our job is just trying to put all of the different pieces together in a way that makes a cohesive game that people want to play for hours and hours on end. So we've got the Illuvials. The Illuvials are great. They have awesome art. They're super unique. They have awesome lore, and then we've got the cross-title utility with them, being built on the blockchain. Like that makes it so we've got that unique USP there. For as far as combat goes, if you've seen any of the videos for the Breach prototype and Leak, in Leaks, we played around with that a bunch, and it's really fun. It's very engaging, so it shows that we already have the first steps going for combat. And then traversal. Anybody who's played Overworld, knows that it's got great traversal mechanics already built into it. And it definitely like immediately struck me with vibes of stuff like Breath of the Wild, Genshin Impact, that type of stuff, like something where you could really just spend a lot of time exploring the world. So we also identified.
Love to see that they obviously have played all the games quite a bit now and have a good overview of what they're working with.
Some challenges. So the art fidelity is very high. Model environment art is very highly detailed. So optimization for lower end users is a little difficult, but that's something that we're going to want to tackle. The alluvials needed to be more central to the gameplay and content so that we can reinforce their importance. We want alluvials to be kind of front and center for Overworld as well. The ranger itself didn't really have a whole lot of meaningful progression, so that's absolutely something that we're going to need to tackle. And then, of course, the lack of content. There really isn't much content that exists in Overworld, and so like there's a big sandbox there. We just need to fill it up with cool stuff. And then this is just kind of like a look at some of the market analysis that we did on this, just to see like where our comps are. And there's basically a couple takeaways from this. So the first set of takeaways is that cross-platform open world ARPGs currently are significantly out-earn traditional MMORPGs and looter shooters, which were kind of like some of the other places that we were looking at, because the game has this unique combination of shooter gameplay and MMO gameplay. And then also, it's always worth considering going the traditional MMO route. But it seems that the best route to go with this is more of that open world ARPG style. And then also another thing is that mobile actually represents the biggest opportunity space here. We have a lot of work to be able to get something like Overworld onto mobile, so it's not something that we're like thinking of tackling like immediately, but we want to try and set ourselves up in such a way that we're not making it so it's impossible to eventually get there. And then also there's some complications with mobile because it's difficult really to spin up a new sci-fi IP in mobile. But we're in a little bit of a different spot with that because of the crypto following that we have is a lot more people that are keen on trying to do something like this on mobile. So that's kind of like where we came from. I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Steven so that he can talk about what we're thinking of doing.
Good assessment, I would say.
Slides for me.
Yeah, sorry, I was just waiting for you to talk.
I'm here.
Cool.
Yeah, so we just wrote up a quick kind of vision statement just to get a feel for what we're trying to get. Overworld's an action-packed, rich world discovery, story, and mystery. Focusing a lot on our IP, which is really strong, really big narrative behind it, really awesome aesthetic already. Your ranger will grow and specialize as you explore distinct environments and discover alluvials. You'll find artifacts, craft unique gear, upgrade your drone as you move deeper into the wilderness in search of the perfect companion. Join with friends to battle rare and difficult creatures in breaches or the far-off areas of the overworld and uncover the mysteries of a strange new world. Looking at a lot of inspiration from different comparable stuff, I think we have a really unique opportunity to be this combination kind of action RPG and creature collector with MMO elements as well. Like Trevor said, we're looking at Genshin or Tower Fantasy. Also, like personally, super inspired games like Path of Exile, and then leaning a little more towards MMO and creature collector as well. But I feel like there's so much stuff to draw on that fits really well into kind of what we have already. So just have that there as some comparables to think about. So with that in mind, key features, ARPG content, combat, Like Trevor said, Breach Combat is really fun already, even though it's just a fast prototype. We want to pull that in and flesh it out so that we have something that's exciting and dynamic, very position focused, rather than kind of a traditional slow-paced MMO combat. But we're going to find some balance there that we're looking at. Again, we have this strong IP that can drive our content. So we have lore, we have the opportunity to pull that in as quests, as exploration, new narrative systems, dungeons. A lot of the things you would normally think about in an RPG are kind of waiting to be made based on how strong the IP is. Ranger depth and build stuff is a huge piece for me. Building out, really strong, meaningful progression for rangers where you can upgrade and specialize and do it in a way that really matches our ecosystem, which I think there's a lot of unique opportunities there, and we'll talk about that a little more in a bit. And then, of course, the MMO part, multiplayer elements, open world multiplayer, traditional kind of MMO pieces like dungeons and raids, world bosses, as well as community building stuff, making it more social, where you can have guilds, friends, kind of emergent interactions with people while you're out doing stuff. Lots of exciting opportunity there as well. Yeah, so moving into the progression stuff a little more, and again, grain of salt, this is all like...
Really cool to see that they, obviously, what the team has been saying so far is true. We have all the puzzle pieces already, or many of the puzzle pieces already out there and designed, and a lot of the work has been front-loaded over the last few years. So it's nice to see that now it's more really the question of designing it and putting those pieces together. And what better way to do it than bringing some huge MMO game designers onto the team and doing it with them. So yeah, this is getting me excited right here.
Like moving fast, but there's a lot here that Trevor and I, as well as the team, are excited about, and it's been developing quick, but we're trying to get it pinned down so we can start getting into the game as soon as possible. Sustainability is obviously huge and challenging in Web3. There's a lot of pressure on assets, a lot of like economic conscientiousness that needs to go into how everything's designed. We want to make sure there's strong sinks, strong reasons to burn or use assets so we don't end up with inflation problems. And we've already got some pretty cool stuff outlined that we can use there to keep kind of demand pressure high, even though there'll be probably a lot of activity putting pressure on supply. This is just something we want to have in mind at all times. Trying to move towards variety and creativity. I think it's felt exciting to think about progression systems that are more open-ended, very deep, offer a lot of room for personalization and playstyle creativity. Do that through a lot of combinatory design. One thing that I think is really unique about our potential here is the combination of sort of traditional action RPG or MMO elements in your character progression, but then having alluvials alongside it gives us lots of kind of, combination opportunities in the way that your character gets built and progressed. And also introducing randomized elements, which I think also lend really well to Web3, because then you have both unique decisions to make as a player, but also potentially very unique assets, which could be super valuable. Staying true to kind of Illuvium, the Illuvium ecosystem, and how we design all of this is a big deal. We really want to lean on the IP. We really want to try and stay coherent with other Illuvium products and use them as an inspiration. So we're looking a lot at what's exciting about Arena and the way that alluvials are designed for Arena as an inspiration for what they can be in Overworld. And I hope we can continue doing that. Seems like just a strong way to reinforce the entire Illuvium ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that has been a major problem that we have seen in Overworld so far, that first of all, we have no combat, so you always jump into this auto battler, and it's not this ideal that everybody was dreaming about since the start, to run around with your alluvial side by side, right? The most basic example for this is probably Pokemon Yellow, where your Pikachu would always run next to you, and it would be like this bonding experience. And Like having this type of thing with Illuvials, this is kind of obviously what has been missing. The team has been working on that, but instead of bringing it now to the MMO in a half-assed way, we're gonna into the overworld as it is. We're gonna do it with the MMO. So I'm really excited for that. Having more, I think Toriel is my prime example for this, where she has Steve, her seer, where she has developed a bond through stories and yeah, creative highlighting of the Illuvial. But if Illuvium, the game itself, does that more for us, I think that's going to be a huge thing for us. Yeah. Back to it.
And then the reality for us as we start trying to build this out is that our team is small and scrappy, and we want to look at procedural elements, want to look at system-based design that can give us a lot of this depth without a ton of manual kind of handcrafted. Those pieces will exist, but we want strong systems, and we have very smart people here to try and set those systems up. I've been so impressed talking with people in the design team and people in the economy team and leadership about kind of being able to lean into this a lot more than leaning into, you know, heavily manual design for a lot of the progression and content. So looking at a couple more specific pieces for Rangers, leveling up, unlocking new abilities, the ability to use new alluvials, and just raw power, kind of obvious, but it's not there right now. We're talking a lot about a unique class system that's really based on synergies and affinities, much more than traditional RPG stats. So rather than something like strength and intelligence determining your character performance or the gear you can use, really trying to parallel Arena in that your synergy investment and, you know, how many earth points your character has might set up what kind of weapons or what kind of alluvial you're able to use, what kind of stats your character has. And then because of that, we're able to lean into that in the way that your gear, your alluvial companion combine to define how your character plays and what it does. So if you're getting synergies granted from your companion to your character, you're choosing items that grant high amounts of synergies, maybe that puts you really far down a progression track where you get really sick Omega abilities, or you get to use tier 5 alluvials or whatever it is. And that seems...
Honestly, I'm so surprised how good they adapted the whole Illuvium jargon, all the words and all the different terminologies. It took me forever to say stuff like, to not say mana anymore and say energy instead of it, or instead of saying ultimate ability, it's an omega. This is really impressive. These guys have adopted, like, it looks like they've been here for years, basically, right?
It's like a great way to...
Great sign.
Yeah, to kind of leverage the stuff that's already here in the ecosystem, and at the same time create a really unique feeling progression with a lot of kind of new choices. Pretty excited about that. And then expand on drones, look at them as a new, another kind of progression track where you gain utility and you see some of the kind of things that are there in Overworld now, but with more impact and more options as well. So this is very sketchy. You know, this is like we're mocking up stuff and talking about it, but this is kind of talking a little more about that synergy system idea. So you're working your way up tracks. Maybe this turns into some kind of web tree. Maybe it looks a little different than this, but the idea is you're trying to build up investment into certain synergies or classes. And as you do that, you're both gaining kind of raw power in your stats, but you're also unlocking things and maybe even combining things. So So
basically we got kind of a talent tree. So the more points you have in fire, the more fire abilities or whatever you unlock.
An empath, there's an empath ability, but when you get high enough fire alongside it, that becomes a fire empath ability. Weapon unlocks, alluvial companion unlocks, and abilities.
Even thinking about cross utilization where fire and empath make something. Because right now we have... Oh, that was so close. Right now we have like empath plus bulwark makes Templar, right? Yeah. No, Empath plus Fighter makes Templar. But now saying that also Fire plus Empath would make something else. So you double the amount, or you get exponentially more combination of different combination of classes and affinities. Crazy.
These would all be placed.
Might be too much, but hey, I'm sure they know what they're
on
doing.
This track, and you could kind of build your character in a really open-ended way to pick and choose the pieces you want.
90 gold, goddamn.
Yeah, and that's this composite thing. It also gives us a tool. I'm sure something a lot of you think about is how we're going to deal with the fact that people already own a lot of Illuvials, and how is that not going to kind of run over the content or the progression that we build out for Overworld. We want those Illuvial assets to be important and you to feel happy that you have them. We don't want to kind of cut them out of this at all, but having some system like this where your range of progression gates the power that you can get right away can keep things healthier by making sure you need to play through and invest in your character before you get the full power from the assets you already own. Yeah, and then this just seems like a way to get, because of the combination, so much potential for build creativity and kind of a unique feel for each player, which is very fun. Go ahead. We want to work on equipment a lot. I mean, right now, equipment grants you travel abilities. They get upgraded as you upgrade gear. There's so much opportunity for this to do more. We're talking about adding more slots. We'll see how that goes. That's probably not happening.
This looks a lot like the gear that we have already. So I still hope that they integrate what we have into the new game. They just can redesign it, right? Because the last thing we heard about gear was, yeah, the old gear is all going to be legacy stuff and we need new stuff. But just repurpose what we have. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just make the wheel square. And don't make a wheel and a square. Stupid analogy, but I think you know what I mean.
Happening super soon because it means creating more assets, but definitely exciting potential there. We want to look at something more like an ARPG affix or mod system where each piece of gear is unique. You're trying to chase one that has the certain synergy rolls you want, or you're trying to chase one that has base damage plus a certain amount of synergy or whatever. There's already a lot of work that's been done in the past by members of the design team on kind of laying out how an affix system like this could work. And I feel like as soon as we get this hooked up to all the really cool items we already have, there's just going to be kind of an explosion of, build optimization and loot hunting, which is all super fun. Yeah, and I've talked about this some, but synergy is granted from gear. So if we have your progression as your synergy level or class level, then that can weave into the way the gear rolls, and we can create a bunch of interesting choices about whether you'd rather go for more raw stats, certain procs on items or effects, or whether you're trying to just get to some synergy threshold as fast as you can because there's something cool waiting on at the end of that. And along with a couple other things that I think creates really cool item trade-offs and item hunting. And then of course, having some chase stuff, some cool like boss items or unique items that unlock certain builds or abilities also sounds super appropriate with what we have here. Illuvial is of course a huge piece. One of the kind of first things we need to do is pull arena combat as the Illuvial capture mechanism out of Overworld. So finding them, we want that to be special rather than Illuvials being kind of the standard NPCs that are around in the world. We'll put some other stuff there and then make Illuvium.
That's good. I don't like how it is right now with, like, it's kind of like Pokemon, right? That's the Illuvials are the main encounter. Where it could have maybe worked if it's different, right? Like, because of the grass mechanic in Pokemon, you never actually see those Pokemon. Like, if there was 50 Pokemon roaming around on the screen while you are exploring, like instead of the grass, they're actually standing there, I think it would have a worse effect on how it feels and how the gameplay is compared to they're hidden in the grass. You go in there, you go in the encounter and it's like this gacha moment where you don't know what's going to happen, what you're going to encounter. So I think just this small difference that we have is making a huge difference in how it feels to play the game right now. And yeah, I agree that we should move away from you look into Brightland Steppes and you see 50 different Illuvials, it kind of ruins the excitement. It feels weird. I don't know. I feel a similar way to like Pokemon Arceus, where they introduced just all the Illuvials roaming around in the open world. I feel like that took away from the original feeling that you had.
Finding and capturing a little more rare, a little more special. You'll have to do some kind of battling and then capture mechanic, which we haven't figured out all of that yet. And then kind of the big thing, companions fighting at your side. Really exciting piece of this that we're talking about is that you would have an Illuvio companion with you that's fighting all the time, but you would have a stable of 2 or 3 that you could dynamically swap depending on what's going on in a certain encounter or depending on what your party looks like. When you make that swap, you'd get ability triggers and change kind of the, maybe you need to be tanky at one time, so you pull out a tanky Illuvial and get some shield when it comes out, and then you get to run with that until you're not taking damage anymore. I think that can just contribute to that super dynamic kind of action RPG combat where you're managing the Illuvial companion a lot. And then finding synergies, finding one.
Kind of like, what's the name, Palworld? It was similar there, right? You were just swapping around. You had a bunch of pals with you, but one active one.
That match up for you, or finding ones that match the synergy investment you've made so that you can get the most powerful thing possible to go with your build. For economy stuff, we talked about this a ton. Starting out, we've been talking more about content and progression for the last little bit, but obviously want to improve access, changing at least the role fuel plays in Overworld so that there isn't a big barrier to participation, so we can get more people in the ecosystem. That doesn't mean removing fuel's relevance. I'm at least, I think it's important to make landholders and fuel owners feel like there's value there, and that Overworld contributes to that value and to that demand. So we'll look for homes for that don't keep people from playing. And then on the other side of that, because like I was saying, there's alluvial ownership and other asset ownership already that could catapult people through the stuff we made. We're looking at solutions to make sure those assets are relevant and that people want them and that you can buy them, but that they don't immediately kind of unleash chaos on whatever content and progression we make. So we can build it out so that that's kind of gated little by little as you invest in Overworld. We still want a lot of the things that people love here now, being able to buy packs, being able to kind of invest in yourself in a Web3 way, but also want to look at ways to move towards player-driven solutions for that wherever we can, whether that means discs dropping in Overworld or purchases in other parts of the ecosystem influencing activity by creating contracts that drive demand, that kind of thing. And at the same time, we want to move some of the stuff, we want to move pieces of this progression and pieces of this content off chain so that Overworld has a little stronger authority over how you move through the game. But there's a balance there. We want definitely to stay connected to the overall ecosystem and to Zero and to Arena. We're just going to make sure there's a balance there so that Overworld's got healthy trade-offs in it. And like I was saying earlier, also look at new ways to burn assets or new ways to drive demand. It's a huge priority as well. Yeah, and just talk for some of the economy health stuff, talking about, cook times, looking at ways to use gacha examples or other stuff that exists to slow down more kind of exploitative free players, and then using progression and investment in Overworld as a way to also make sure that the assets that exist influence Overworld in a healthy way. Yeah, and like I was just saying, more player-driven stuff where you're creating assets that are important. Those are getting traded with other people in the ecosystem rather than always like a direct kind of something we're minting and handing to you, something that's created through Overworld and then moves around the ecosystem organically. And this is just a little sketch Trevor drew up of some gacha kind of time investment and kind of free to play stuff that we can use if we
Poor Trevor. Let him talk. Let him explain his thing.
You want to slow down asset creation, especially for completely free play.
Wait, what's happening? 200 days for Scoriox? Oh, with eggs and hatching, fusing. Interesting. I like eggs.
Players.
I do like me some eggs.
And now over to Trevor for some content discussion.
There we go. I shouldn't have said something.
Yes, indeed. All right. So
You're
we've also
muted,
got,
brother.
Oh no, we can hear him. I can hear him.
Oh, never mind. I just can't hear.
Yeah.
Okay. So
My
Steven
headset's
can't hear,
dead for me.
but everybody else can hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. We're good.
Cool. All right. So yeah, we're gonna look into some cool content because you got to get when you have all of those really cool systems and all of those options, you have to have something to do with them, and that's what we're gonna see right now. So starting off, we're gonna talk a little bit about quests. We're going to be looking to revamp the new player experience to tie the player really into the lore a lot more. So making the player like a part of the first expedition, discovering the planet and the alluvials and the obelisks and all that kind of stuff, just to really give people like this understanding of the world that they're going to be playing in through the gameplay that they're doing, not requiring them to just read a whole bunch of stuff. And of course, we are going to have a main quest line. It's going to follow the player as they pursue Arlen, who is a character in our lore, through the obelisks and learn more about the Alluvial's connection to them. So again, this is just centering a storyline around the player. The player is going to be instrumental in driving things forward on Illuvium and like making the story happen. And then of course we're going to have a lot of side quests. So a lot of smaller local stories that are going to follow the plights of the ship's crew, tension between opposing factions, and uncovering all sorts of fun mysteries that are going to be everywhere. And then, of course, we have exploration. So this is going to be a big thing. Like I was mentioning earlier about comps with Genshin Impact and Zelda Breath of the Wild. There's a lot of potential for exploration in Overworld, and so it's something that we really want to lean into. So
I wonder if with the new system and redone MMO Lite and everything, if it's still going to be fun to explore even though you have played MMO for a year, or if this is more something for future players where you make it a little bit more trickle down. You explore slowly and surely everything instead of like in a day you can see everything, all the regions, like it has been right now in the overworld.
So each zone is going to have a meta tracker for exploration. If you've played like a Genshin or Tower Fantasy or something, you've probably seen this before. But it just gives people a goal to work towards who are completionists and exploration focused, to try and find all of the cool different things that will be hiding all around in the zone, and just to really like complete that bar. It's real good for achievement hunters and stuff like that. And then, of course, if we're going to be introducing a meta tracker, we also need to introduce more objectives. So stuff like treasures, landmarks, lore pieces, some cool new ruins that are going to be sprouting up around, those types of things, just to kind of really give you a lot of cool stuff to find. And of course, we don't want you just running around punching alluvials, because that would be weird. The alluvials are, they're a very special thing. We want them to be more of like a more rare encounter, something that you're looking for, not something that you're seeing everywhere. So we need more NPCs. So what are we going to have? We're going to have splinter groups. So there's a lot of people aboard your ship. So as the story unfolds, some of those people are going to splinter off and form opposing groups because they don't believe the same things that you believe, and you're going to have to deal with that. Whether they're good guys or bad guys, whatever. There's going to be a lot of them.
I wonder those factions, where they're gonna live, where they're gonna like put down their home base, because we have Sanctum Mesa, and I don't think Sanctum Mesa is going to change much because it's the lore, right? That the ship crashes and they're trying to rebuild the Leviathan ship and everything. Like, this is a very basic thing that I don't think changes. But then you probably get like different Sanctum Mesas, like different home bases for the different factions. And that would be really cool if you don't always hang out in one place, but you have different cities, if you will.
The Corroded, so this is a whole new thing. These are drones from previous civilization that occupy the ruined labs throughout Illuvium.
That is really cool. So we introduce a little bit of time, however you want to say that, but basically we're not like, right now it still looks like we just crashed. We built maybe like a few more buildings and stuff, but it seems all very new. And something that I've been looking forward a lot is like having a time jump, and at one point playing the overworld like it's 100 years since we crashed, right? We cannot get off this planet, and there's, like he says, there is like those labs scattered around, and old infrastructure, and maybe like Brightland Steps is half of industrial complex. Like, we see really the impact and the bad impact the Rangers and all of this has, and also the old impact and all the like old battles and old ruins and stuff like this. Like, this is exciting stuff. This is what the lore really needs, I think.
And they're corrupted by the big bad AI.
Sorry, just one more thing, because this helps you so much when you're telling the story. If you just have this mysterious past to work on, I don't know, maybe Star Wars is a good example where they, you know, they were able to talk about all those things that happened in the past, which enriched the current storytelling so much, because you had like an infinite pool of things that might have happened in the past, and then you don't need to build everything that's happening in the moment. You can just refer back to, oh yeah, back then we actually had this war of this civilization versus this faction, and that's why here is all the ruins. But you don't actually have to build out the war, and can save a lot of resources and make more rich storytelling happening and more deep storytelling without having to actually do anything.
That may or may not know about, I don't know. Revenants. So revenants are malformed humanoid creatures that are created by this AI. And basically they kind of along the lines of techno zombies. If you encounter them in the world, they become feral. But if they are still within the range of the AI, which would be like in like, if you ever go in one of these labs, then they would still be under control of the AI, so they'd be intelligent. And then of course Leviathans. So these are the giant creatures that, you know, are they kind of mostly exist outside of the domes. You find smaller ones on the inside of the domes. So just these Leviathans and their spawns, they can take any sort of shape. They're very multi-purpose, but we'll be seeing more of those. And then, you know, we'll talk a little bit about breaches. I mean, we have a team that's been working on this whole breach mode, which is really fun by itself. So it doesn't make sense to just, you know, not use it. So the way that we're thinking of using it is as discoverable, kind of like discoverable mini dungeons. So as you're running through the world, you might encounter a breach rift, and if you encounter a breach rift, you're going to be like, okay, I want to do that right now, because it's going to be surprising. It could have treasure in it. It could have mini bosses. These breaches will, you know, contain some of the best loot available for solo content. So it's always something that you're going to want to do. And think kind of like,
oh my god, I misclicked. I'm so sorry. Mac Miller stumbled
dungeons.
In here. So this sounds a little bit like into Breath of the Wild, where you have those puzzle dungeons, those little encounters, you know.
You're running through the world, you might encounter a breach rift, and if you encounter a breach rift, you're going to be like, okay, I want to do that right now, because it's going to be surprising. It could have treasure in it. It could have mini bosses. for solo content, so it's always something that you're going to want to do. You can think kind of like Rift runs in Diablo.
Oh,
and then
yeah,
we
that's a
want to
better
keep some of the
analogy.
roguelike elements. We are pulling some of the roguelike elements that were created for Breach to actually bring into our progression systems. But we do want to still keep some of it in more in the form of like stacking buffs that make it so, you know, the further your character is in the Breach, the stronger you're getting, so that, and like towards the end, you can fight a boss that you normally would not be able to take on. But that power only exists within the Breach. Once you leave, it goes away. So that's talking about just kind of our plans for like the overall vision. Now we're going to kind of like narrow in a little bit and talk specifically about the vertical slice. This is
by the way, for anyone who doesn't know what a vertical slice is, this is basically, maybe he explains
something
it
that we are. This is going to be kind of like the first deliverable of this new direction. And so what we're trying to, you know, put something together relatively quickly, and you know, really prove out some of these ideas. So
so vertical slice is basically a slice out of the full MMO. You pull out one feature and you develop that to be actually being able to be played. So it's kind of like a demo type of thing where it's like a fully playable slice of the full game kind of thing.
just some general goals for our vertical slice. We want it to be an end-to-end experience. We want it to be a solid representation of our gameplay loop. So as many of the planned elements that we have, we want to be able to put it in as time permits. Of course, game dev is not an exact science, so sometimes things take longer, sometimes things take less. But we're optimistic so far. We've seen a lot of really promising stuff that's already in there. We want to showcase our USPs. We want to, for folks who don't know what USPs are, it's unique selling points. It's like a
unique selling proposition, I think. But
marketing thing. So focusing on our combat, because we actually want our combat to be kind of like a bit of a unique blend of ARPG and shooter combat. Illuvials, movement, and the exploration piece. We need to be able to prove out our core loops, because if your core loop's not fun, then your game's not fun. So we need to make sure that running around and completing exploration, or trying to find alluvials and then using those alluvials, you know, in different combinations to be able to take on encounters that you weren't able to do before, like that's going to be a big part of what we're proving out in this. And then replayability is another thing that we really want to assess in here. We're really focusing on replayable systems for the vertical slice, not only because replayable systems give you more bang for your buck, but also because we want to be able to test the stickiness of those systems, because at the end of the day, they do generally end up being what people play for the most amount of time. So here's our plan. Some of you folks might have seen this map on Leaks. This is Brightland Steps. So our vertical slice is going to focus on Brightland Steps. And we are going to...
So the maps stay the same, basically. Like the map is still a map, but it's zoned off into different areas with quests, with encounters, with NPCs, and so on.
Essentially, you know, populate the zone with content. So we're going to
that's cool.
Work on the ARPG combat. We're going to, you know, spawn it more.
And what a cool job these two guys have. They come into like into a game that has all the blocks ready, but they just have to put the blocks together now. I say just, it's a huge deal, right? It's a huge, big ask, but I think it's cool. Like a lot of the hard work has been done, and now it's kind of the fun building stuff, it feels like.
You know, spawn it with more creatures and more stuff to find and all that kind of stuff. The great thing is the zone exists, and that's a really big step towards being able to put things in it. So that's why we kind of went with that idea. We want to try and build some sort of sample progression. We're looking more of like a microcosm of the overall progression, because the progression that we have planned is pretty deep, so we can't go super wide with it, at least for vertical slice, but we want to have something representative so that people can kind of see where we're going with it. Like I said earlier, we're focusing on exploration sandbox content, so that we can, prove out the fun of just wandering around the zone, finding stuff, fighting things, catching alluvials. Like, it's going to be a big part of the game, so we want to make sure that it's fun. And then, of course, as mentioned before, new combat and new enemies to fight. And then we're also planning to cap it off with a nice epic boss encounter, so that we can have, a taste of some of that multiplayer combat gameplay. So this is a list of planned features, and there's an asterisk here. You'll see one. ARPG combat, exploration tracker, new discoverables, new enemies, ranger progression, alluvial capture, alluvial progression, weapons and gear, multiplayer, world boss, and quests if we can get to it. I want to try and throw some in, but we'll see. And then, of course, the asterisk is that some of these features might not be available at initial launch. But this is not something where we're just going to kind of like be done and not do anything with it. Like, this is a first step towards everything else. So it will be added upon. It will be iterated upon. And then just a little bit.
I think that's the big difference between a demo and a vertical slice. Vertical slice, in this sense, is just like a fully fleshed out part of the game where they keep using this, where a demo is more of just for showing off the gameplay. It's made for this, and then it's thrown away. So actually no work is lost by doing a vertical slice.
About some next steps. So we have paper design already in progress, like the chart that Steven showed, looking at some of the progression mechanics. We've been just doing a lot of this brainstorming with different members of the team, and just trying to come up with at least what seems the best ideas on paper. And then natural next step is to put that in prototype. We're trying to do fast and dirty prototyping to just really get the feel for systems. The disadvantage to this is that like the stuff that you prototype generally is not production code, so like you have to kind of like rebuild it production ready, but you get to the part where you find the fun a lot faster. So that's something that's actually already started. Once we have some of the prototypes in, then we're going to begin standing up the zone. We're going to start putting monsters in the zone. We're going to start putting other stuff in the zone and start running around and seeing how it feels, and just continuing on that path. And then, of course, art assets are going to be a big part of this as well. We've already actually got a little bit of progress on that, starting with some concept art. But we've got the art team really excited and ready to dig into this and make a lot of really cool new stuff for us. And then, of course, it wouldn't be a complete game dev presentation without some caveats. This is like our initial plan, but there's always going to be iteration. Some things are not fun in the game that looked like they would be fun on paper. So we definitely will be making changes to this as we progress. We tried to set the best vision possible, but it's always going to have some iteration to it. There's also a bit of uncertainty with some of these things. Like, so certain features, they're not going to have a very good picture of how much work is actually required to do them until after we've had a chance to prototype. So those are things that, we can put out our best guess right now, but it has to be taken with a grain of salt, of course. And then prototyping is another thing. With prototyping, it's not an exact science. We're really focusing on game feel. We want the game to feel really good to play. And that's not something that you can just manufacture like and in a time frame. Like you really need to just try things and try and fail pretty much. So sometimes prototyping happens really fast, sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but at the end of the day you're going to end up with better gameplay. So it's just something to consider. And then of course stuff happens. In game dev, most of the time things don't go as smooth as you want. So this project will be subject to the normal rules of reality. So we just want to make everybody aware of that. We'll close out this thing with a nice quote by the legendary Scottish poet Robbie Burns. The best laid plans of mice and men gang after glee. Fortunately, we have refrained from hiring any mice in our studio, so we're trying to avoid at least 50% of them.
That's
now we're at Q&A.
All right. That was good. Thank you, guys.
Really good.
Amazing. I liked it better even the second time, definitely.
Great presentation.
I noticed you skipped over some parts pretty quick. I don't know if you wanted to go back. I know people were, you skipped over the little drawing of the egg thing. I don't know if you wanted to dive into that or if that was on purpose. Because I was interested in that, honestly.
Yeah, same. That was the one time where I was like, come on, explain right this. I want to know about the egg
a little bit more. It's not something that's like a it's not something that is a like actual finalized design.
Yeah.
It's just something that is a possible idea and a way that some of these things can work. Here, I'm gonna have to try and close this down and just navigate to it manually. There we go.
There you go.
So this is the one. So, did you, Stephen? Did you want me to go over this, or do you want to tackle it?
Whatever you want, you can do it.
Cool. So basically, the idea behind this is just taking already proven mechanics from existing gacha RPGs that are very successful, that allow players to collect heroes just by doing gameplay, but it's at a much reduced.
Defeated Illuvials have a percentage chance to drop an egg for its line. Eggs hatch after incubating 24 hours. I hope it's not like, I don't know if anyone ever played Ark Survival, the dinosaur creature collection game, but there you had to be like with the egg for 24 hours, keeping it warm and everything. Like it was actually a real life mother trying to make this egg survive. And I know friends of mine, and sometimes it was like 72 hours and they had to take shifts and not sleep and to somehow be able to hatch this dinosaur egg.
Reduced rate of
Illuvial level is capped at the current level of your range. Illuvials can only be fused at max level. Players can buy Illuvials XP.
Efficiency as if you were to buy additional packs. And so this is kind of like modeled after some of those systems. So in a system like this, instead of like when you capture an alluvial, instead of capturing an alluvial, maybe you capture an egg. And it doesn't have to actually be a legitimate egg, but we'll think of an egg for now. And then each egg has an incubation period, and every player only has one incubation slot. You can purchase more. So if you want to, try and build your efficiency in the way that you're doing this, you can do so. If you want to just buy the packs, you can buy the packs. You've got multiple different ways to try and build your team the way that you would want. And then you have to level up these alluvials before you can fuse them. So it requires that time investment. It requires you to be like, okay, I'm going to catch these different alluvials. I can only hatch one per day. I'm probably going to find some ones that I don't like, so I'm just going to have to burn them for materials or what have you. And but hopefully, I'll be able to get some good ones. I'll fuse them together. And then, I have the next tier of them. Well, I have to make 3 of those, and I have to level those all up, and etc. So if you look at this, like for a free to play player in a model kind of like this, you would have 198 days to get a stage 3 alluvial, which is a long time. It's fairly comparable to what it would take in a lot of different gacha RPGs. But in every step of the way, there are ways that you can speed up the progression, and there's also thoughts of being able to exchange these speed up items, on the in-game marketplace. So if you're a player who makes a lot of in-game currency, but you're not doing real money transactions, well, somebody who's doing real money transactions could, in theory, purchase some of these items, put them up on the in-game marketplace so that they can have more in-game currency. So just kind of it's very much based on like the Plex system from Eve, that Steven is very familiar with, where there are some things that you can buy with real money that you can sell for in-game currency, and it's based on supply and demand, but it allows people to, people who are more time poor to be able to use their extra funding to help with it. To answer the question of bot farms, so you'll only be able, if you can only hatch one of these per day, it would pretty severely restrict how easily a bot farm could do this. Like if a bot farm, even if a bot farm has like multiple characters, it would take them 198 days to get a stage 3 anything, and that's not even the one with the best stats. That's just any stage 3 anything. So it would be really inefficient for somebody who's trying to make money with a bot farm to try and do. So yeah, that's kind of the purpose of something like this. And like I said, the cool thing here is that this type of system exists in a lot of different games. So it's not something we have to invent from scratch. We can look to see other games that have had success, that have had problems, and draw from that.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. I like it. As far as questions go, I think Steven answered one in the chat there about basically, rewarding with ILV. Steven, did you do you worry about incentivizing these things with ILV over gameplay?
Yeah, I mean,
basically?
I think there's a couple questions that are about like having to be like having to think about the game in terms of like monetary rewards and that kind of taking over motivation. And I guess I feel like, for one, the gameplay can be really strong, and that can be a huge motivation if we do it well. And that's also always going to be layered with some consciousness about what kind of value you're creating. I think that happens in most games where you're investing time and you're getting something out of it. And in a Web3 game, it just means you have the opportunity to realize that value, and so it's maybe more present, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. I think if the gameplay is good, you feel motivated by that, and then you also kind of have this added layer of impact and meaning, knowing that the choices you make and the things you invest your time in could affect something with real value. I think people feel that value if you get that thunder fury and wow, you feel. But this like, I got something super valuable. It's really important to me. But since you can't cash that value out or move it to someone else, it's like simpler. Like, it's just locked into this ecosystem. And I think that the reason people are attracted to something in a blockchain ecosystem is because they have the option to choose what they do with that value. And when it's set up in a really condescending way where you're just grinding for that value without anything fun going on, that sucks. But I think there's lots of opportunity to turn that into a strength. Like, things here actually matter, and we can even build things in a way where you have to make hard choices that have more depth because you're aware of the fact that there's some outside of overworld potential impact to your choices. Like, I think that's exciting. I think Eve treaded that line a lot, where there was like a good funnel for real world value into it, and so people were sort of aware of it and trying to optimize around it. And I think that just made things feel more important. And here we just have the full loop where it can go out too. So you got to make good choices, and if you if you don't want anything you do in the game to matter in the real world, it's probably the wrong game. Like, I think that's what's exciting for us, is that it's got that reaching impact, and you have to think about what you're doing in a way that's more complex and more meaningful than you would in a traditional RPG.
Okay.
Another question, which actually we got a few lined up already that I have. One is about Zero. Have you guys thought about Illuvium Zero at all, and how that can be integrated with all of this?
I mean, we haven't talked about specific integration yet, and I feel like the strong kind of indicator from the team is that this thing needs to be really compelling on its own. Like, the at least the starting priority is not to focus on integration with other games. But that said, it feels really important to me that we find a way to make it linked and make it feel like each title has relevance, and that this is a cohesive ecosystem. So we haven't talked about like specific features that are targeting the integration with Zero, but that's on the mind and feels important. Don't want to lose track of that or isolate this game completely. It's part of an ecosystem, and that's a big kind of unique point for it that needs focus. But we're at this early stage. We have to make this feel good. So that's where we're starting. It's like, let's make this combat feel good. Let's get some systems up and running that are compelling and keep people around, and then let's build out the connections to the rest of the ecosystem from there, rather than focusing on like pure economy, how fuel's used, and then losing track of whether or not combat's any fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
then that was a little bit the problems in the past,
age-old question, of course, which you'll probably hear a million times, but is there any indication of when you guys think a vertical slice might be even possible?
When?
It seems like a good one for Kieran.
You're on mute, Kieran.
Sorry, say that again. we must when?
Yeah, when vertical slice, like when something like this might be realized,
When?
I was hoping you wouldn't pass that over to me specifically, Stephen, but,
hey, I can take it.
So look, the guys were asking beforehand, how do we feel about giving some sort of a guideline in terms of dates? And I was like, really bad. Don't do that. We're setting ourselves up for failure and whatever. But the more that I think about it, we need to give you guys some sort of a guidance on when we're thinking about this. So
I love the word.
We're close. As you can see, there's a lot of thought that has gone into this. Actually, this week we've got a couple of the developers, mainly Andre, who's going to lead this from the development side. He's going to go through all of the high-level features, and he's going to pull out a very, very rough date at which we think we can deliver this vertical slice. How it sort of ties into the overall timing in terms of all of Illuvium is, as everyone knows, we need to finish Arena, and almost all of our development effort right now is going into that. The plan is to have Arena in a really, really good state by July. And as most of you know, we're going to start talking about some capital conversations starting around that July to the start of sort of Q4 of this year. And in that time, we want to be able to get people excited and give people a good taste of what the overworld is going to be. Obviously, it's not going to be launching the next month, but it should show an investor this is the direction that we're going in. This is the size of the world that we're intending on building, and these are all the features, and this is why it's going to be so much better than what we launched back in July of last year. We need to be able to have that ammo, and that is this vertical slice. Obviously, the features aren't set in stone, but you can see that there's a lot of content that we're trying to push into this. And the exciting thing there is, and this isn't just coming from me, this is coming from both Stephen and Trevor, a lot of this stuff already exists. So from their perspective, it's just about putting it together. So we need to have a vertical slice out before, or at least during that process of us going out and raising more capital. So the timeline will come back to you guys and give you a rough guide after Andre goes through and checks out all the different features and does some rough estimates. But you can, the reason I'm giving you the context on the capital raise side of things, you can draw your own opinion based on the fact that we have to have something playable for new people looking to come into the ecosystem and invest. So that should give you a pretty good high-level timeline in itself. But we'll get more specific once Andre comes back to us and says what's possible.
Good deal. Yeah, we got a bunch more questions coming in here as well. I thought this was a really good one because even somebody asked it internally to you guys, if I remember correctly. But basically, Malo asked, would the current zones need to be enlarged? The current regions, basically, they're asking, is there enough to keep somebody engaged and exploring, with the size of the maps that we have now, basically?
I definitely think that there's enough real estate in the zones, but we have a lot of verticality, which lends to a lot of exploration and discovery. The zones that we have are probably about the same size, I would guess, as the zones in like Genshin Impact or something like that.
That's nice to
Because
hear.
they don't have like cities and things like that in them, it kind of makes it so you don't necessarily need quite as much blank space. So I think that rather than making the zones bigger, I would probably just lean more in the direction of working on, the next zone so that people can have more variety.
Okay.
That can obviously that can change. If we start playtesting and we're like, yeah, this is way too small, then yeah, we'll build it. We'll build it out. But my current just kind of like gut check on it is that feels like a good size zone for this type of gameplay.
I think as well, it's easy to forget, like while they're not World of Warcraft sized regions, because they are so empty now, and you're just running across them, they're plains, then you run into an alluvial, there isn't any sort of objectives as you traverse through and find new places. It feels like they're smaller than I think they are. And I guess you guys, your plan is to cram these regions with so much extra stuff that it's going to make it sort of feel bigger than what it is. Is that close or?
Yeah, they're both in text saying the same stuff basically.
Yeah, exactly. The zones will feel a lot bigger as we definitely the plan is to pull back a lot of the travel power and then bake that into the progressions. So the space we have now will get used and separated in a new way once all that travel power isn't available from the start.
Yeah, one thing, if you look at here, I'll kind of see if I can go back to that slide with the map on it. If you look at it, these different colored areas on the map are actually different traversal requirements. So that's kind of what I did with this activity right here, was to travel across the entire zone and see what it takes to get to each spot. Do I need double jump? Do I need rockets. Like, what do I need? And so we kind of carved out this thing where it's like, okay, initially, if you don't have double jump, you don't have rocket pack, you just have like your standard traversal abilities, you can access everything that's green. Once you get double jump, you can access everything that's yellow and orange. Once you get the jetpack, you can access everything that's red. And then like the light red and the dark red. And then the purple is only accessible via the bubble networks that already exist in the zone. So all of these are things that we can put behind progression milestones to make it so you, like, as you're playing, you are unlocking new things, you're finding new places to explore, and it's not just you have access to everything from day one and you're going to get really tired of it. You're going to be working your way through the zone. And obviously that's not going to be the case for every zone, because like the traversal abilities you get from one zone are going to work in the next zone. But this is just kind of like a, I mean, really, very truly a vertical slice. Like, just trying to have that vibe, because like there's a possibility that your first time through Brightland Steps, you're never going to be able to get to the red spot. Maybe that's something that you have to come back later for, because you get the ability to do that. Because we have so much verticality, we have the ability to do things like that and make zones even more replayable.
I know you said it in chat, but I know I've seen a couple other people ask, but just what's a vertical slice, so people know?
Yeah, so vertical slice is essentially like a small piece of a game that's meant to be representative of what the whole experience would be at the end. So the idea behind this is one zone, and we want to put as much stuff in it to make it feel like what we envision other zones to feel like, with of course the exception of like mainline story content, because that's not going to be in this. Like if we add some quests, they're probably just going to be little side quests. It's not going to be like the mainline big deal story. That's kind of something separate, but it's going to layer on top of all of this. So it's really meant to be like, if I'm a player and I'm just in the zone and maybe I finish the quests in the zone, what can I do? What can I do to keep myself entertained? And is that interesting? Is that sticky? Like that's kind of the big drive behind it.
Yeah, I would also add to that we're in kind of an interesting place with vertical slice, because in the context I've worked on vertical slice before, it's a lot about showing. It's showing potential. It's like if we take a piece and then build it out to the quality and fidelity that we're capable of, that earns confidence and gives some representation of what's possible in the game. What's interesting with the overworld is there's already so much proven out. There's the insanely cool art, the usability, like there's lots of stuff that has been taken to kind of a polished state. And so here it's like a kind of a vertical slice of this like loop and gameplay feel, more than it is like what quality are we capable of with our art assets or with our IP or something like that, because those are already so strong. So what Trevor said with sort of the qualification that a lot of what would normally have to be shown in a vertical slice, like what is the art direction, what is possible when it comes to the assets, that kind of stuff, like so strong already. So there's sort of a section of that we're trying to flesh out and show before we expand to having all the zones filled and having all the enemies possible and all the items possible. We're trying to say this is what we can support that really high quality that's already here with from a system side and a content side.
Okay, let's see what other questions. I mean, I think you guys answered most of the obvious questions, at least. I mean, you basically said the movement is likely going to change, at least locked behind progression for some things. So, unless there's any questions that you guys saw that I missed. Oh, one about AI NPCs and like how you guys feel about those, and do you think that's something that will be something that we'll use or that should be used,
So like initially, it's probably not something that that I would look to use initially. The thing about using AI conversations for NPCs is that generally speaking, NPCs are there to deliver a very specific message to you. And so if you can just talk to NPCs about anything, it gets really difficult to distinguish who you should be talking to and who you don't need to be talking to. And it can make things very confusing. So I could see some interesting space for like if we ever introduced like a humanoid companion character for something like that to have AI so that you can talk to them and like they can have their own responses and stuff like that. But having everybody in the world just have like general AI dialogue, um, I don't think that it's proven out to the point where it would actually be useful for the game or make the game feel any better. It's not something that I'm opposed to, though. It's just it has yet to prove its usefulness.
Yeah. Well, if anything, AI is definitely speeding up at insane speeds, right? So, all right. Well, I think I know controller. I can answer the controller thing. I don't know. They've always wanted. Andre's got controller working again, so I know that's something they want to work. So, but yeah, I think that's all the questions we got. I know Kieran, and we're a little bit over time since we had the Discord issues at the beginning, and I think Kieran, you got to go, but I don't see any more questions immediately, so I think we can probably just wrap it up here if everyone is good. Kieran, do you have anything to say before we get out of here?
No, just every time I see that presentation, I get more and more excited. I think I'm definitely on the side of when. I really want to get in and try this out. I think we all, if you're watching this or you're internal or wherever you are, if you play the overworld, it has so much potential. And I think what these guys are doing in their expertise to be able to come in and piece it all together and make it make sense and make it fun and replayable with all of these new systems. It's what we've all been waiting for. I love playing Arena. I do it every single day, but this was sort of our flagship, our main game that was going to get as many people as possible into the ecosystem. And I think these are the guys to do it. So now it's just a matter of waiting. And I'm really excited to get started on this vertical slice. I think the guys are doing an exceptional job. So congrats.
Yeah. Cool. Good deal.
Thanks.
Good deal. Again, thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Stephen, for coming and sharing your presentation. I don't know if we're going to be able to share it. That's going to be up to the people that are higher up than me. This is all, live and recorded, so you guys can rewatch this anytime. A lot going on. We have next week, we have another podcast, and we'll have the winners of the raffle getting picked during that podcast. So that'll be big. 200 ILV there. The rewards are going. There's tournaments going. I think Hype ILV or Hyperion Guild, they're hosting a tournament this weekend. So a lot going on, you guys, and I appreciate everyone coming out and hanging with us and showing your support for Illuvium. And thank you guys for showing up and showing out, and we'll see you guys soon.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, everybody. That was cool, man. I'm excited, that's for sure. That did exactly what it needed to do. Show what they're building, get everybody excited, and show how nice of people they are and how competent those two actually seem to be. Not that I had any doubts, but it's just good to be reassured, right? And I'm really excited. We're gonna try to win this game here. It has been a little bit hard to listen to the AMA and try to not lose any rating in here, but we're gonna try our best to finish this game off. We can talk a little bit more about what they were talking about. First, let me get some audio. That usually helps me. Right, so we are missing one cling right here from getting a Gnarl. And the Gnarl would be huge because it gives us one Colossus. We have a Colossus weapon here. But my Ranger, I think, should be Wildfire because this is our main damage right now with 3 Wildfire. So I feel like I'm a little bit in the pickle. Like, it would be nice if we hit the Gnarl to get 2 Colossus, but also it's probably more valuable to just have 3 Wildfire. It's a bit sad because we got the Prime Apex Guard, which basically made our Ranger unkillable so far. The only person we really have trouble against is Test right here with this huge Oxon on this army of Stage 3 Tier 1 units. But we'll see. I've also thought about swapping out the Sinalf because I don't think it has been fitting in as well as I wanted to fit in. There it finally goes, and we're just gonna go up to level 8, get this guy in. It would also be huge to play 5 Bulwarks, right? So with my Ranger plus a Flare, we could also achieve that. I don't know, we're a little bit all over the place. We could remove those 2 guys and instead bring 2 Bulwarks, but now I'm building on an Umber, so yeah, I'm not so sure anymore. I definitely don't want to get stuck again here. Oh, my 2 guys here are in a bad position. And my Ranger, maybe. But this time, my Chukundi, well, it's stuck on the Goliath. Everybody of his team is very tanky. And he has 7 Bulwarks, actually, not only 5, with 2 Colossus, so yeah, I'm glad I was able to secure the Gnarl for myself, otherwise this would look way different. And I hope 3 Wildfire is just gonna do the damage we need. He's slowly but surely withering me down. I don't have as much heal as he does. And I also don't have the best positioning. Invoker would help me a lot with damage, but this is tough, man. Everybody has so much healing, plus this one. Nobody seems to be dying. And now the healing from the Arcos right here is just gonna win him the overtime again. As it has done time and time again, and that's probably gonna do 20 damage right here. Yep. 3rd place though, pretty stoked about that. And yeah, it seems like Colossus is the name of the game now. He even played a TNT, which is not really good against me, right? That invincibility from Granite doesn't help him. So basically just playing Colossus, playing those Stage 3 Tier 1 units, getting some of those, getting the Colossus, getting the Cardalux is kind of the game winner. I have won games with just the Cardalux. And if he had a Gnarl on that, god damn. My build was not really good, I think. I tried to go for everything at once, so that was the problem. I went with Gyro here, kind of trying to make Dust happen, plus Slayer plus Steam was kind of my idea. But Quinks, Sinalf plus Gyro just ended up gatekeeping my composition right here, which could have been way better with 5 Bulwarks. So instead of those 3 guys, bring in 2 more Bulwarks plus another Empath like an Adoredo. This would have performed way better. I might have been able to win. So I was just, with multitasking, locked into my composition a little bit. Couldn't really find my brain power to transition out of it. But still 3rd place, I'm happy. We're slowly but surely grinding. It's all about not losing. It's all about top 4 consistently placing there. So yeah, I think I'm going to play one more game right here. And then we're going to call it a day. Thank you, everybody, by the way, for tuning in. I hope you liked that AMA. And thank you also, everybody, tuning in through Twitter. By the way, if you're coming in through Twitter, there is also a YouTube and Twitch stream going on right now. We are multi-streaming. And YouTube, for example, is my main platform where I do content. So, yeah, if you want to have a little bit of a better streaming experience, I think, sorry, Elon Musk, but I think Twitter streaming is not quite there yet. It's great for discoverability and for sharing it around, so I really appreciate it for that, and that's why I do it. But if you want to have a better streaming experience, feel free to come over to YouTube. Give me a follow there. Click that subscribe button to stay in touch and to be up to date with my content. I do daily Illuvium content since years. And I'm probably the highest ranked streamer in here. But I don't know. I haven't looked at the leaderboard in a while. And we're trying to get top 3 overall. top 3 in the world, but this is gonna take a while because I don't have the hours that some of these guys do, and I wasn't able to play 100 hours of ranked in the last week, so I'm lagging behind a little bit. And now I'm still trying to figure out the new meta. It has been a little bit, it has been wild. The last patch has thrown the whole meta upside down, which is nice, right? I like that. It's good stuff. So I'm happy to be trying to figure out the new meta again. Shout out to Justice Durr right here, providing us with the music. This right here is my current favorite song. That's why it keeps playing almost on repeat. Close to you. 4 out of 8. Close to you. Love that song. Should we do a team planner? Try to figure it out. Mud Invoker Blue, and I wanted to play this, but then the new patch hit. And right now it feels like Bulwark Colossus is where it's at, but it's so hard to get it. Like, I was re-rolling a lot, right? This game I was staying on low level and just seeing which stage 3 units I would find. And it ended up being the Chukundi, and I should have just played around the Chukundi because I also got the Gyro, and I tried to play around the Gyro, and that was too much. That was too much. Scion Colossus, this is kind of what I still try to make work. The Colossus side is pretty obvious, but the Scion side of things is not quite there yet. I'm not sure if it should be a Scoriox, if I should just focus on Invokers, or if I should just ditch all of those Scions like the guy did that we just played against, and just play fully around Colossus and sustain with some empaths. And focus more on getting an Ankelion. Frozen Fighters is dead. That composition. Empath Scions, I didn't play it yet because it feels like a worse version than the Bulwark Scions. 6 Air has been buffed a lot, so that could be something, but it doesn't really work against Bulwarks, I think. Especially not versus all these nature units. Like, the most potential that I see right now outside of playing around Bulwarks and Colossus is probably Mud, Earth, 7 Earth Mud. With maybe an Invoker if you can get it. And it's definitely easier to get those 3 guys right now in this meta than trying to get like an Axon and a Kara Dulux. Like C4os, you should never get that because everybody is playing around TNT at the moment. But getting the Mud Boys is probably easier than getting your Bulwark stage 1s, stage 3 at the moment. And then getting a Gnarl, which will soon be impossible because everybody will want to go for the Gnarl. Same with the Blotto. It's probably easier to wait and get a Titanor instead than it is to get a Gnarl. Mayar Asimi, sorry I didn't see your message. When will the snapshot be taken? So it was taken 2 nights ago. It will be taken from the 16th to the 17th, midnight UTC. Wednesday to Thursday, midnight UTC. That's our reset. It's a little bit too loud, eh? Sorry guys, that was too loud. I didn't realize. Nobody told me. How should I know? Yeah, reset is every Wednesday to Thursday, midnight UTC. Six out of 8. Let me get some water and a banana. That was close. Right. Plan is low level. Get stage 3 units. And a stage 3 flish, I guess. That's it, that's all. Let's see if it works. I need to pee, that's why I'm not sitting down. We got 3 gold here in those predators. Can't get up to 20 gold. We're actually winning with double fleece. Who went hyperactive. Crazy. 2 water. Probably Gorilla wasn't the best idea here. An Atlas would have worked better. Just getting some... Oof! Gorilla comes in strong, never mind. Huge, actually. Think we got him. We think we got him. Is it set to be... We get to 20 gold? Not really, right? Nice! Strong start, man! We got a really strong start. We just need 3 more fleeces and then it's GG. Hope. Nope. I think we're just trying this one this time. Could go to 4 water. I don't think that's really worth it, but... Ooh, there's 3. Let's go to 4 then. Ha! Crazy. Let's clean up a little bit here. Keep it nice and tidy. Can we one-on-one the links? The others are probably coming. Yep. Jump away! Jump away! That's not far enough. Big lasers coming though. Oh, Link's almost died. Maybe here? Yeah, he's dead. Nice! Another round in the pocket. Should we go full water? I haven't seen water in a long time. The bonus just isn't really worth it with the lethargic. This got fixed. This was a little bit bugged, I think. I wanna try it. Alright, we do have to look out for money though. Let's get rid of those guys. Let's not go for too many things at the same time again. I would need 1 gold, my man. 1 gold. I'm not sure if we can do this. Yes, we can! That's been a crazy run so far. This has been nuts. I'm loving it. I love the new patch, man. You can play so many different things. It's a Scion Links. Oh my god. Are we playing 4 Scion, 5 Bulwarks? Or are we playing 8 Water? Should I just ride the win streak, or should we actually roll a bit later on? It's a bit sad we didn't find more fleeches. Or we can still roll for them. I would like a stage 3 fleece. The double layer, because the double laser onto the same target usually ends up being bad. This has been so much fun that the 4 water makes it really fast paced because we're casting so much. I didn't think it would have that big of an impact. Should have sold something for 30 gold. Arcanite, nope. Check and nope. This sucks for Scion and for Bulwark. I guess Arcanite with Scoriox. Meh. Attack range, no. I guess this one is pretty good. That one is not too bad either. Attack speed and movement speed reduced. Sure, this one though. Let's go to 4 Scion. Screw the rolling. Just keep riding the win streak. This might be a tough one here. Yo, never mind. We just one-shot everything. Holy shit. Okay. What's happening? 3, 4, 5. 7, 8. I need money. What about 6 Scions? An Omega Scions become immune for 2 seconds. Meh. There's an upgrade for my weapon. I do want an upgrade for my tanks, so I'm gonna roll here a bit. There's one. Oh my god, this is such a better weapon. Man, my cast got cancelled. I guess this is a bait. I should stay with water. It feels so weird though. It takes away too much economy from me. Ooh, that's what a smart wing position. It pulled out my Kara Blue. Atlas is doing a really good job tanking though. Squeeze got a cast out. Relay's dead, alright. We should have him. Big Lynx cast. So lucky on that one. I don't think water will work forever. I would be sick if the Lynx was also water. That cannot happen, I think. No. Cannot be the Flesh and the Lynx water Scion. I think I have to stay on level 6 and roll a bit for tier 0. Maybe grab up everything else. So I have higher chances of finding this one in tier 0. Look at that, everybody's going for all the bulwarks. Maybe we'll just try to find a counter with water Scions just casting our lives out. But it feels like we need C4s for that. That's what kind of feels bad. Scions is kind of gate kept by C4s. It feels like without it you can't do anything and it's impossible to get right now. Because even if people don't play around Scions, they still go for TNT. Like this guy for Earth. But it's just one guy, it seems like, that has one. Maybe many others are holding it, but we might roll soon. I don't think I can hold this win streak forever, so we're just slowly gonna give it up. And I'm gonna keep my economy at 70 plus, and then I'm gonna start rolling with 100 gold, which is gonna give me a really high chance of hitting my stuff. Just gotta figure out what I wanna hit. Once I know that, everything should be alright. Yeah, this is the time where we lose, I think. Yep. We had a good run. We definitely had a good run. Mamu could be nice here. Right, I still need to pee, and I'm gonna enforce it in a second. Auto battles feel really tough to step away from. Feels like you need to use every second. There's always something to do. Three bulwarks will probably outperform the two fleeces. Especially versus those rogues. sell something. Hey, finally. Finally some duplicates. Oh, the links. One cast to rule them all. Ah, oh, so close. Yeah, that guy got scared. But I'm not on a win streak. The augment would have unironically won me the game, which is funny to think about, right? Nice. Stage 3 links. Okay, we're locked into our science. That's for sure. Just don't know how. If it's gonna be Bulwark Science, Empath Science. Mr. Golden Cat, what up, what up? What up, my brother? Five water. I want to get to 6 and see how it performs. Probably with an app. Big links cast. Meow. Should probably give links some augments. Little disconnect. Fuck. Go full on. Restarted. Usually it doesn't take too long. Yep. Way faster now with it remembering your login details and everything. We're looking good. I don't think Fleece is gonna happen. I don't think TNT is gonna happen. I'm gonna give it one last try with a bit of rolling, and then we're gonna move on. Because Gypsy right here is hard looking for it as well, and he probably has a bunch of TNTs on his bench. That's why we're not finding anything. But we'll see. Omega Power can crit. That is huge. This guy is pretty huge as well. Nope. Not really. Well, it's something, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna level up now. Oh, wow. Okay, screw it. Let's go 6 Scion. With this guy having that. Five water. Feels weird. Oh, but we're gonna do some serious damage here. Ooh, I can't wait to see it. 6 Scion. Let's go. Yo! Well, man, we are on it. We need something that gives our Oxtius crit chance, I think. There is some Omega Power crit chance things, I think. Also nice empath right here. Probably should go for this as well. Who would be our final 6? Probably just swap the Flish with that and then be good, huh? Flish didn't do too much damage anyway. Sorry, Flish. You're not happening. Not gonna go for 6. Not gonna go for 6 water. 6 water, 6 Scion would have been hype though. Let's see if we can do damage to the Bulwark build, Colossus build. It's all about a big Octius crit and a big Lynx cast. We should try crit on the Lynx. I would love to see that. Ah, Octius going down is pretty bad. Yeah, for this we need a big... Ooh. For this we need a big sea knife. What does that give us? Harbinger. We do have Harbinger active now. Gain resistance to the Omega power. Alright. We're never gonna get Axodon, so it won't be something forever, but for now it's pretty good. It's gonna be tough versus the Forest. Let's lure in a decent position to taunt 2 of mine. That's the problem with 6 Scions. Corner position is not as good. Yeah. On big cast. Oof. Yeah, we need to give our... Oof. That was close again. Range are doing big damage, actually. Let's try it one time for the memes. Memes, 6 water, 6 Scion. Huge. I like that. Trying to somehow protect him. We're missing 1 bulwark. Huge Lynx cast coming. Bam! 2 dead. Octius cast. Bam! 2 dead. Bam! Another 1 dead. Yo! That was the fastest kill I've ever seen. Ever. 6 water, 6 Scion is where it's at, guys. New meta. What up, cool guy? I wish we had 8 Scions. We do have 8 water though, but don't think that's happening. The damage is insane with 6 water, 6 Scion. I didn't expect it to be that good. Soon we have to break it up though, I think. Not yet though, not yet. Water is doing great versus this Earth player right here, Gypsy Boy, who is pretty sad that we have his TNT right here, that he so desperately wants. Oh my god, my mom would just throw away the Lura, and it taunts into nowhere. That was big brain move. This is fun. Feels just good playing something else, right? Most of these units I haven't touched in a long while, like Mammoth, Flood, Stage 3 Lynx. Ranger is doing way more damage than I expected. It's gonna be so hard to get through this Colossus though, without a Synod, for example. Lynx cast a little bit into nowhere. Maybe taking down the forest enough. Oh my god. We're actually just shrekking them. What is happening? How is this working? I don't understand. This is insane. 8,000 damage. Octius just critting away. We do have the resources to get some stage 3 units here. Alright, let's do a quick comparison. Ranger with this one, and then swap the Fleece with TNT. Let's see how this Ranger performs. And 4 water should still be plenty. Must be better, right? We do have a little bit less single target damage, I feel like. And a little bit more AoE damage. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. Man, I love the Lynx Octius combo. Because the Lynx shoots his first thing first, and then something will be low enough for Octius to get his reset. I do really feel that we cast slower though. So far it feels worse than 6 water. Also my Ranger is not doing much more damage. Obviously you can never compare it like super directly, but I think I'm gonna go back. Screw it. It's a water angle. What can I say? Let's get more water. Maybe we can get 8 water. Oh, big boy. Big boy mammoth. One of my favorite units, probably. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Try to get through me now. Oh, they have frost. Oh my god, they got us. Range of damage, though. He got us 13. We have to get our stage 3 units now. PV round, perfect. We have enough time to roll. Love it. Any tips on how to build a team around Adonis? Around me, you mean? You mean Adorius, maybe? Wait, let me address that in a second. Yeah, we didn't really get good augments this game, I feel like. Not really getting what I was hoping. We could go for 8 water, just for fun. Who will we get out of here, though? Everybody is already water. We should have gone for level 9. 8 water is not happening. We cannot put Octius out, or the Lynx, or the Matu. Nah, it's not happening. I can't sell them. Might as well just sell them. I could replace one of the bulwarks with maybe a dash. Maybe just sell him. Because then if we... This one is Steam, right? Yeah. So if we get a dual F, one of those guys has to go stage 3, and then we might have a chance. Can we play? Ah, I missed one. Oh, we're looking good. Oh, we're getting closer. Oh my god, one. One each. One each! Oh my fucking god. There he is. There he is! We got him! Should have swapped the steam in. Fuck. We got him! But he got all his stage 3s as well. And he's big. He's been winning for a while. But we got Invoker. We got huge damage. We got a little bit of sustain. Big cast. Big Ophisto cast. Didn't get interrupted. Can't get interrupted anymore. Because as soon as we cast, we're immune. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. We took one off him. Sheesh. And now, we got it all. Steam would have been nice, yeah. There's 2 of them. Too late, too little, it feels like. 17,000 damage on the Ophisto. This right here shouldn't be a problem, right? Does have really good units though, our enemy. 4 frost. It's kind of deadly, eh? Kinda deadly. Here comes the first laser. Huge damage! Hitting so many units. Oh no, it wasn't enough. Nice try though, nice try. Nice try. Yeah, if we had better tanks like an Axodon with like legendary defensive augment, maybe. We just needed more time for our invokers. Could have also maybe not corner positioned, so our bulwarks fight in the front line. I needed also one more round to get second place at least. Damn, 4 Frost still on it, but 4 Frost, I mean, of course. That's like me getting 4 Invoker, right? Like a C4 in here plus an Invoker emblem. Of course that's winning. You saw that dual left damage shot? That was crazy. That was crazy. Hey, new composition, new meta. New meta, new meta. Okay, any tips on how to build a team around Adorius? What I would always do is connect the dots, like dominoes. Adorius is Spore plus Mystic. So Spore, you have one other Spore unit, which is Vermiliar. So you get a Vermiliar in there. So now you have Adorius Vermiliar. Vermiliar is a Revenant. So you can put in TB Ruku, who is a Revenant. TB Ruku is Shock. Then you can bring in a Shock unit. For example, Ray Lee. Ray Lee is also a Templar. Templar, you can bring in a Blaze Knight. Blaze Knight connects with the Adorius on Empath, and with Blaze Knight Wildfire, so you can bring in a Blood to get some tankiness in there. You can also go the other way. Adorius is Mystic, so you can bring in a Gazier. Gazier is Tsunami, you can bring in an Axodon. Or you can bring in a Monkier, which is also Mystic. And Monkier is Mud, so you could bring in the Mud monkeys. So just connect the dots synergy-wise, and then you will end up with 3-4 different variations that you can play around. And then it's all about testing it out and seeing how good it actually performs, right? All right, we got a Doka. We got a Chuko. We got a Groko, that is good news. Should have picked a different augment for my Doka, I think, but hey, it is what it is. Impulse Starmail, Dodge Chance, maybe. Empath, so maybe another Empath, plus the Doka, and then just see what happens. I'm not gonna invest more. We can get a free kill on the Ranger here without Doka, so that's a good start. Most likely. Ranger's probably gonna jump away, but yeah, it's good. And our front line is sustaining well with the big bulwark and 2 empaths. Hey Victor, hey all nerd, what up, what up? Can't really get to 20 gold, so we're gonna buy what we got. Sort our bench with paid Illuvials and free Illuvials, T0 Illuvials. Got a bunch of monkeys. Earth doesn't perform so good at the moment though. Maybe if you get 4 mud, it's still OP, but since we won, we're gonna level up now. Would be nice to get another fighter. So then we can, we get an insta, well, we didn't even need to level up. This guy is not really a good team, but it's whatever. Usually I don't play these 2 Apons, sure, you always want to take those copies. energy regen. That would have been huge. That's 4. That's 2 water or 4 water if you're not a water unit. Hey, another Doka. Sure, why not? Fighter links, pretty huge as well. We could have assassinated the rogue. But instead we went for the Flesh, and now everything is split up. So I might have misplayed big here. Our enemy is also very strong. Yeah, Flesh got a full cast out. My Doka was able to survive with no HP, so pretty lucky on this one. Volante 1 versus... Oh, I was the monk here, yeah, for sure. Big cast here on the Ranger, keeping everybody alive with a shield. Huge! I shouldn't have won this, I think. Very, very lucky. Very lucky, very nice. Attack speed, attack damage. A little bit all over the place. But it fits pretty well right now with what we're playing here. Impulse Star Mail. Mal Syndicate has a disconnect. Sorry for him. That sucks. Alright, I wish I had a fighter weapon from a ranger right here. Then we can make a pretty good team next round. Getting rid of the empath, going fighters. We're down to... Still only have 12 gold. Pretty bad economy so far. I cannot afford to lose. Cannot afford to lose. There's a sword. Nice. A little bit all over the place, but that's alright. I really hope we get that Impulse Star Mail stage 2. That will give us a huge boost. I might even roll for it. Go super crazy. Rage Mantle. 30 gold though. I should not touch this and just accept if I lose here. I should sell you though. Put you in. Get another fighter. Star Mail. Probably a Lynx. Okay, thank you. We're getting stunned so bad here. And we didn't stun him. And of course he stuns us. GG. We got outpositioned. I should have played a little bit more around positioning, but at least we stayed on 30 gold. It was a good decision. It was too risky to push, I think. Push level 6, reposition, something goes wrong, you still lose. Like, his board looked really strong. With the Fighter Link especially. One of the strongest units early on. Feels like every round I'm playing something else, depending on what I get. Feels really good. Those all suck again. Massively. Massive suckage here. course he has 2 lynxes. Alright, buddy. Oh, and I didn't play it, of course. Who needs a legendary augment? I stunned his Croco out of his stun though. That's as lucky as you can get, but my Lynx died, so... Well, we already lost our win streak, no big deal. We're working on our economy now. Should have also brought in the monkey. Completely forgot about that stage 2. Should I sell it now? Probably, right? Or maybe get this instead. There's the Impulse Star Mail. Kind of too late, too little, but whatever. We'll try it. Feels weird, man. Feels weird. We're on the ranger though, feels good. Yeah, I think we got this round. Because our Lynx is looking healthy. That's all we need. Look at the Lynx damage. Insanity. Was he able to redo fast enough? At least we are dodging the laser. That was my main goal here. My monkey's mispositioned, but we got a nice stun with the Croco, and we didn't get lasered by the Flish. And nice monkey stun. So we might be able to do this. Yeah. Don't hate me, Victor. Alnerd is a good loser. Not a salty one. Double champions focus. I hate that you can roll the same augment. If there is one already, don't get it again. Okay. Okay. Should we roll for small units? Everyone has a Caradulux already. This guy is going for the Lynxes with the fighters. Phoenix is also going for fighters. Yeah, I think we should go Bulwarks, because we're playing versus 2 fighters. I think I should roll. Feels like I need to find something stage 3. I would like to try Mud. free game here. Pretty good timing on 70 gold. Little free round. All right, next round we probably get 3 bulwarks, get the monkey in. So let's see. Let's see which weapon we get. Good gamer. You too, Victor. What to do? I want that up less. I think I have to level up. Fuck, I'm too slow. I was too slow. Oh, whoa. Big misplace. Big misplace on 70 gold. Monkey is sitting back here. Oh my god. I wish I had my link still in. My ranger is tanking like a madman though. My Doka stays alive with 5 HP, doing still so much work. That was so lucky again. I shouldn't be winning this. I might not be. No, I'm probably not. We're hyperactive though. But here comes the heal. Should be dead though. And if we get one more cast. Motherfucker. Hello, I'm streaming. Almost done though. Last game. Should we just do this double? I think this gets better the more times you play it. The fact that I would have definitely won this round with the legendary augment kinda sucks. Don't want to sell anything. What do we do? What do we do? Maybe like this? Mystic, maybe? Anyone? Mystic, Ampath, Bulwark, Fighter. One Scion and we have the full thing completed. Should be right versus the Ghost Army. I guess we're playing everything at the same time again. I'm trying to go for all the units. We'll see what we end up with. Oh my god, he's fully hyperactive. Big loss. Couldn't finish anything. Sheesh. Crazy team, Victor. Somehow I went into water again. Water and earth. Both counted by the 5 air. You can really see the difference that hyperactive makes. Alright, we're drawing close. Drawing close to some stage 3 units here. There we go. Okay. Didn't expect it to go this good. Oh my god. Hey, yep. That is gonna be a good round. I was almost staying silent just to not give away that I'm that I'm finding all my shit, man. I'm happy. Very happy. Very, very, very happy. 1 unit missing, and then we call it a day. It's gonna be a very weird team that we're building here, but it feels like everything is viable. As long as you hit it, you're good. So definitely an interesting build that we're building here. See how it turns out. We do need some defensive augments. That's kind of our... Alright, I guess it's this. I do need a different... Can I have 1 more, please, sir? Oh my god. Just 1 more, maybe, sir? Alright, I guess. I guess we do it that way, don't we? Roll away so much gold, but I think it's worth it. I do need to find a better armor here. Flare Star Mail? Well, it's pretty decent. It does have 1500 health. Until I find something else stage 2, we're probably gonna stay with it. What a crazy team we have come up with here. I think we're gonna throw in a Gazier for Tsunami and Mystic, and whew, at that point we're gonna look very, very solid. I do want to roll a little bit more. Just to find at least this one. That one, I mean. Yeah, that one. At least that one, you know? Because now we also have Mud active. I do want to find the last one as well, but I'm just rolling into nothing here. Because then we would have actually 6 out of 6 Unix stage 3 on the board. Right now, TNT here is the only guy who is not a stage 3 unit, which is kind of insane, I think. What the hell, dude? What have I made? What have we created? Alignment. Your Twitter link on Twitch goes back to your Twitch. Wait, what? Oh, okay. My Twitter link on Twitch is broken. Thanks for letting me know. Yo, are we losing this? Alan, stop destroying me with your freaking air, man. What the hell? What do you mean? 3000 damage from the Quinks. Enchant imprint. Ranger is Frost. What the hell? Who tanks the most? Of course it's you. We do have to redo our augments for a while now. That's been getting a little bit awkward. And I do need to level up. This is also a bit awkward. Let's just throw away our money. Fuck it.
I can go there.
You can go anywhere. It's cold. It's okay. You already doxed yourself on my Twitter posts.
What?
Go ahead, you sent me the selfie on the scooter. You're out on the internet, honey. Alright, everybody except all nerds here has no chance. Alright. The perfect build will be Goliath for the 5 Bulwark and Granite. And then we bring in a Gazier on level 9 for Mystic and Tsunami. Insane. I want to save that. So cool, the snapshot feature. You don't have to build it. You just press snapshot and brings all the guys in. It also lets me remember what I had. That's the final build. Insane. Too long. Oh, nice. I do need to fix my positioning. I don't think like those guys here in the back are the best idea. I'm kind of playing like you used to position in Ascendant back in the days. You're all good, Alan, man. You're all good. I'm coming for you, though. Just so you know, Victor, I'm coming for you. You're going down. We're gonna be first and you second. That's my goal for this lobby. Definitely taking down GM Phoenix with my 5 Bulwarks should be possible against his Frost build. By the way, I appreciate you holding on the Frost weapon. I was doing that earlier too, but then I had to ditch it for some income. This guy would really be... This would really light up my day if we find this, but hey, we're doing good. I'm not complaining. You're gonna take all these. Kinda like that, should be pretty good. I'm glad he didn't reposition his stage 3 Volante. My guys, my 2 bad boy berserkers are getting into the backline. Might not be enough though. Oh, it is enough. This is a crazy team though by Hasapio with some wildfire, 7 nature. Wee. All going hyperactive versus my water. No, we got the earth. It's not going hyperactive against that. Right, who is gatekeeping my TNT? Nobody. I'm just unlucky to not find it. Before I go to level 8, I would like to find it. Nobody has a single one. It should pop up very soon. Stacking Omega power even more than we already have? Probably. Reduce healing, energy, and shielding? Of course, man. What do you mean? The most important thing here. In the new meta, I think. And we got a bunch of rogues coming in. I hope I found a safe positioning. Gyro here is gonna instantly die. Revo. He probably rolls away now. Nope. Damn, they're killing my monkey. Come on, monkey, heal yourself. Oof, that was close. All right. Told you I was coming for you, Victor. Told you, my man. 6 air is scary, though. Those guys are dodging, and they do a lot of damage when they dodge. 150% of their dodge chance. Alright, I didn't want to do that much damage, though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Victor. Forgive me. All we want to do is kick out Phoenix right here. How is your team doing versus the other players? Like, who's giving you the most troubles? Oh my god, he has almost a Jolton ready as well. Might want to start gatekeeping. Wow, he has the Vanguards ready as well. That is scary. What do we do against that? Just a monkey and hope for the best? Slash him might be on my TNT, right? Should have positioned the monkey more over here. That's pretty bad. That's probably gonna lose us the round straight up. Oh my god, this guy is scary. Yeah, if nobody's contesting those Frosties, you realize how strong they still are. Shit, if I just got my C4s, I should have gone to level 8 long time ago as well. Dude, is it gonna be the 10th second spot today? I mean, we are consistent and I'm climbing, but it could be so much faster if I was playing more for the win. Right, this guy lost all his earth units, so maybe there was some TNT sitting on the bench. I think I'm gonna roll now till I have just enough gold to go to level 8. And then we finally need to bring in 5 bulwarks and 5 earth. I've been screwing myself over here by not doing that earlier. Yeah, we freaking go, my man. There's a Fury. I do prefer the 5 bulwarks though, right? Or do I prefer a Fury? Up. No, my Fury is the furthest unit. My C4 is gonna get focused. Ah! My Apon has to be always in the corner, catching those lasers and everything. I can't see shit because his drone is standing in the middle of the battleboard. But we are winning. Nothing is actually threatening my C4s, so we're stacking Omega power. 200 already. Thus casting so much with double legendary augment on the C4s. Alright, I don't see what's going on, but I think we're winning at least. How good was the Furiox did? 5,000 damage. Okay. It has to be a Goliath. It can't be a Furiox. It depends on the enemy. I should probably have both. And just swap in whatever I need. Because 5 Bulwarks is not as strong in the late game as it is in the early and mid game. So there's definitely, like for this, where they just, I need a lot of damage, consistent damage to get through the sustain, it's better like this. Omega power, sure. Shadowbane, no. Kinetic Inverter, maybe. It's pretty good on Furiox, right? So we have decent attack damage, and we need the Omega power. So this was made for Furiox. Alner, 3rd place. Nice done. Well done, friend. I need your nulls, please. If I get like another Colossus, that could be huge. Let's see what we can roll for. Scarabog and Gnarl. Maybe Flood, but that would be something for level 9, I think. Maybe Scoriox, but not really. It's just baiting me. Where's the Scarabog, dude? Thank you. I do have to put Scarabog versus those guys, right? Are we good? I mean, C4 is good. Slash in. Please go to the null slash in. Oh my god, he goes to the C4s, of course. Oh, I want one more round, man. With good positioning, I think we can do this. Aye. GG's though, GG's. Frost again, eh? At least we can play something else, but if Frost is uncontested, if you get all those guys, it is looking tough. With better positioning, if my C4 was targeted as the last unit, which would be the ideal positioning, and I had a Goliath for Granite, which I should honestly have. I don't know why I was not finding Scarabox. But in the corner, if there was a Goliath invincible, it would have tanked the slash in so much longer. And my C4s would have had like 3 more casts. It would have made a huge difference. Also, I was kind of running out of time to position my Ryplants and Monkey are good because they, with the Apon, Ryplants, and Monkey should have been in one bundle trying to snipe the Slashin. Because we need to kill the Slashin, and those 3 should have been together in one corner trying to do that. And in the other corner, there was an invulnerable Scarabog. So no matter which corner he went, he would have met something that he didn't like. Then we would have a Gnarl in the middle, everybody else in the front line. Well, just the Axodon and the Caradulox in the front line. And then C4 is somewhere in a safe position. And I think with that positioning, I could have won, but all my time was used up by rolling down. So it's another 2nd place. But yeah, we have been steadily grinding, steadily climbing today. You love to see it. But that's going to be it for today. It was a long stream. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We have been here for 4 hours. We watched the Townhall AMA, and we played, I think, 5 games, and 5 of them I was in the top 3. I never was lower than top 3, I think. So overall, really good performance. Really good patch. Big shout out to the Illuvium team who have been putting out a patch each day for the last week. We have seen 5 patches, and now they finally arrived at really good balancing, where I think every single game today I played a different team. So this is really, really huge. I think we are in the top 20 maybe, rating-wise. And yeah, balancing looks very good. Finally, we have more stuff to be played. Top 15 right here. And everybody above me has more games than me, except GM Phoenix, which I would have loved to take out here. But he's definitely a good player and deserves that. But yeah, everybody else just have more time, not more skill, it looks like, except GM Phoenix, who has been performing really well. And yeah, GG's. Well played. Sota also has a good win rate. I want to shout out some people here. Thanatos with below 2 even. And Web3 and Slicks, obviously, with 1.4 average placement. Did grind the Frost meta pretty hard and pretty successfully. Nice to see. And all these players are not playing right now. So it's hard. We cannot take their rating away because they all are chilling on the high spot and trying to figure out the rating on another account. But that's it. That's all for today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I will be back probably in 2 days, maybe Sunday, maybe Tuesday. On Monday, there is New Year here in this country on the 14th of April. So I'm going to be celebrating that, but probably Tuesday, another stream. And yeah, hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Check out YouTube. Everybody who's tuning in through Twitter and Twitch, because YouTube is where I do most of my content. And I wish you a wonderful weekend. I'm going to play the tournament on Saturday. So wish me luck for that and tune in into whoever is streaming it. Peace out. Much love. Goodbye. Adios.